it. She too sexy, baby. The way that you're looking tonight, I swear you too tight, yeah. Tight, baby. No. Hey yo, everybody wanna mingle because you're just single. I should make the play to them. I am your number one. Just put on eyes on me. You dey make me want color, baby mo. Baby ako, ine wano kuno.
Etiwas.
She took my hand away because you too hot, yeah. Baby ako, mata di ne putoko. She took my heart away. She set my soul on fire. You are my heart desire. Mata bene nebe jolu. Mata bakwangwanu. Baby ke kumman. Baby go by person. Go baby wine and it dey make me want color. Baby you too hot, yeah. Baby, I go in a moon. bia kawa chikwe yaka baby okunu de no anywhere she dey wine she dey sample no waste you. She took my heart away because you told her baby okunu wata di ne kutokunu. She took my heart away. Never there comes in one mama. I beat to record. Now study the other way. Ranking super one. We're writing one. Baby, I'm cool. That's how we roll. When I wake up in the morning, I see your love, baby. The chicks like butter honey from a tiga. It takes my breath away. The peaceful little figures so tender, like Patsy's morning, yeah. That laughter I try to remember. Heaven has blessed me with you. The very day you came to me, my whole life became brand new, baby. Because of you, baby. Oh baby, I see you around. Oh baby, I see love in your smile. So tell me, Gucci, yeah, I understand. Tell me, Gucci, yeah. Oh baby, Gucci, yeah. Oh baby, my baby, Gucci, yeah. Oh baby, Gucci, yeah. Oh baby, my baby, Gucci, yeah. Oh baby, Gucci, yeah. In the middle of the night I wake up. When I hear you cry, it seems something binds us together. Supernatural. I can hardly live a moment without you, baby. Because of you, baby. Oh baby, I see you, baby. Oh baby, I see love in your smile. Tell me, Gucci, yeah, I understand. So tell me, oh baby, Gucci, yeah. Oh baby, my baby, oh you make me cry. I see you. baby. Oh, let's go there. Welcome. Say to you straight, I cannot wait to see. You are the treasure of the world. Do you know how much I really miss you? I dey pray for the day when I can finally see you. You know, say every day they pray for you. Oh, in my heart there is a permanent place for you. That's why my heart the be like cause now you are the people. Your family, your family. Only for you wanna be like your family, your family, your say to you, I cannot wait to see you. You are the treasure I've been waiting for. Do you know how much I really miss you? I did pray for the day when I can finally see you. You know, say every day I did pray for you. Oh, in my heart there is a permanent place for you. That's why my heart will be like you. Cause now you wanna be for you. Only for you wanna be like you go. Oh, I am family. What's your name? See, I never give you up to you, but I give you what I have. Oh, baby, you are my uncle, you. But really, me, Shabby, you know, say every day I dey pray for you. What's your name? See, I may not be the one to do, but I give you what I have. Oh, baby, you are my uncle, you. But really, me, Shabby, no say, I dey pray for you. Oh, in my heart, there is a permanent place for you. my love. She can be jealous. She the way designer say give me all assurance. I give my baby assurance. I give my baby assurance. Cause my papa no be Dangote, Adeleke, but we go there okay. Cause my papa no be Adeleke, but we go there okay. I go so for your kiss, I go slap at for your kiss, I go call them see you. I go report all of them. I go so for your kiss. I go come Abuja for your kiss. I go call them see you. I go report all of them. What all of you waiting for? If not to chop in the middle, if not to buy a garage. For your kiss, for your kiss. Cause my papa no be we go there. Papa no be we go there. Listen. If I tell you, say I love you, my money, my body, now your own. 30 billion for the account, Versace and Gucci for your body. My number one is tutu. Simply tutu. Boy, I love me tutu. I go chuku chuku chuku. Iko abianuju. Say you do me juju. Cause I'm feeling you need juju. Really just you. I like your mini skirt you. Boy, I can't reverse you. If I tell you, say I love you. My money, my body, now your own, baby. 30 billion for the account, you. Versace and Gucci for your body, baby. No do, gara, 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 gara. No do, somebody for me, oh. Girl, you're beautiful too. My chuku chuku chuku. Because you know you, say you do me juju. Cause I'm feeling the it is a tear. I like your mini skirt, yeah. Alright, let's go there, let's go there. Alright, I so agree. One, two.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning and a warm welcome to today's public service lecture. We want to quickly do a rundown of the dignitaries that have arrived before the event kickstarts. So this morning, we would like to acknowledge the presence of our digital madam, the #1 civil servant, the action-packed madam, mother of skills, our Amazon, the head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Dr. Folashade Yemi Eson, CFR. You're welcome, ma'am.
Thank you so much. We would also want to acknowledge the presence of the chairman, Senate Committee on Establishment and Public Service Matters, Senator Oluwole Fashui. Senator Oluwole Fashui is a senator representing Ekiti North Senatorial District. We want to say good morning, sir, and you're welcome to today's program. Thank you, sir.
We'd also like to recognize and acknowledge the presence of today's guest speaker, Professor Peter, Dr. Professor Peter Okebukola. You're welcome, sir.
We would also want to acknowledge the presence of the Chairman, House Committee on Public Service Matters, Honorable Sonny Umar Bala. Honorable Sonny Umar Bala currently serves as the federal representative from Kano. He is representing Kunchi constituency in Kano State. We want to say a huge welcome to you this morning, sir. You're welcome. We would also want to acknowledge the presence of the British High Commissioner, Richard Montgomery. He is the British High Commissioner to Nigeria, and he is also the UK permanent representative to the Economic Community of West Africa states that is based in Abuja. We say good morning to you. Welcome once again. Thank you.
We'd like to recognize the representative of the Chief of Air Staff, Air Vice Marshal A.O. Utom. You're welcome, sir. Also with us this morning is the representative of the Chief of Defense Staff, Major General I.M. Abdullahi. We also have with us the representative of the DG SSS, Mrs. Bola Tito Olufe. You're welcome. We also have with us the Registrar, Joint Administration Matriculation Board, JAM, Professor Ishak Olanrewaju Oloyede. We'd like to acknowledge the presence of our transformative permanent secretaries. We have with us this morning the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Education, Mrs. Esther Didi Walsinjak. We also have with us the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Women Affairs, Mr. Gabriel Tenimu Aduda. Also with us this morning is the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, Dr. Marcus Olani Ogunbi. We also have with us this morning the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy, Engineer Farouk Yusuf Yabo. Also with us this morning is the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, Mrs. Esubana Asaye. We also have with us the Permanent Secretary, Cabinet Affairs Office, Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Mr. Falangwa Richard. We also have with us the Permanent Secretary in the Office of the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Career Management Office, Mr. Adeoye Adeleye Ayodeji. Also with us this morning is the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Petroleum Resources, Mr. Nicholas Agbo. We also have with us this morning the Permanent Secretary, Common Services Office in the Office of the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Mr. Raymond Omachi, FCA. Also with us this morning is the Permanent Secretary, Service Policies and Strategies Office in the Office of the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Dr. Deborah Odo. We also have with us this morning the Permanent Secretary from the Ministry of Interior, Madam Indayako Aisha Tugogo. We also have with us the Permanent Secretary from the Ministry of Sports Development, Mrs. Wati Atinuke. Also with us this morning is the Accountant General of the Federation, Dr. Mrs. Oluwatoyin Madein, FCA. We also have with us the DG ASCON, Mrs. Siyu Gaya, MNI. We'll recognize others as they arrive, please. Thank you very much for listening. Okay, also with us this morning is the Permanent Secretary from the Ministry of Defense, Dr. Abubakar Ibrahim Kena, MNI. We also have with us the Permanent Secretary from the Ministry of Youth Development, Ahmed Donuma Umar, PhD.
Check.
We would also want to warmly welcome the chairman of the Federal Civil Service Commission this morning, Professor Tunji Olaokwa. We want to say good morning to you, so you're welcome. We're glad to have you here. Thank you, sir. I also have here present with us this morning the chairman of the National Salary, Income and Wages Commission, Barrister Epo Nta. We want to say good morning to you, sir. You're welcome this morning. We would also want to acknowledge the presence of the permanent secretary, Solid Minerals Development and Steel Development, Dr. Mary Ada Ogbe. We want to say good morning to you, ma. You're welcome to today's occasion. We're glad to have you here.
Yeah, good. Increase all other mics too, so that make it just be balanced. Make it not too much.
No, education, Professor Tahir. Yes. What's his name?
This man, mama. This thing blue now. I see. Go check this thing now. Which of the camera? This guy camera. Around now, they come from.
We also like to acknowledge and recognize the presence of the Minister of Education, Honorable Tahil Maman. Also with us is the Minister of State for Education, Honorable Yusuf Sununu. You're welcome, sir. We also like to recognize the presence of a federal commissioner representing Anambra, Ebonyi, and Enugu states, Dr. Chamberlain Ngwane. Also with us is the Honorable Commissioner for Bauchi, Borno, and Yobe State, Engineer Wakil Buka. You're all welcome.
It's too high now.
We would also like to recognize the presence of our permanent secretary from the Ministry of Justice. She's also the Solicitor General of the Federation, Mrs. Beatrice Jedi Agba, MNI.
Don't go. Don't go bend down. Don't go bend down. Call the person you put on. The person you video amount to be honest.
We'd like to recognize and acknowledge the presence of the representative of the chairman of COFEPS, Engineer Andrew David. He's a former permanent secretary in the Ministry of Education. You're welcome, sir. Some housekeeping rules, please. Kindly put your phones on silent and make sure your properties are guided diligently. This is a public space. For the convenience, you just walk out, keep going straight at the back. Outside there, the convenience for both male and female is there. And should you need any other thing, you can please signal to our ushers. They'll be willing to help you. We'd like to recognize the presence of our permanent secretary from the Ministry of Transport, Marine and Blue Economy, TPL Oloruntola Olufemi. You're welcome, sir. I'd also like to recognize and appreciate the presence of the permanent secretary overseeing the office of the Service Welfare Office in the office of the head of service, Dr. Comfort Adeosho. We also appreciate the presence of all our directors and distinguished civil servants who are being celebrated today. Thank you all very much for being part of today's program. The event will kick off in no distant time.
On behalf of the head of service of the civil service of the Federation, we would also want to acknowledge the presence of the Attorney General of the Federation, who also serves as the Minister of Justice. We want to welcome the Attorney General, Lateef Fagbemi. We want to say you're welcome, sir. We're glad to have you here this morning. Thank you so much, sir.
We'd like to recognize the President Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. All tribes and tongues may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all and proud to serve as sovereign motherland. Shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. Thank you very much. We may all be seated. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my name is Olufunke Taiwo Akinwumi from the Press and Public Relations Unit in the Office of the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation. And I'll be co-anchoring this event today with my colleague.
My name is Bosun Fashilu. I also work in the Office of the Head of Service of the Federation, Abuja. Thank you so much.
Okay. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to today's public service lecture with the theme, Educate an African Fit for the 21st Century, Building Resilient Education Systems for Increased Access to Inclusive, Lifelong, Quality, and Relevant Learning in Africa. Today's event is one of the high point events marking the 2024 Nigerian Civil Service Week. As you are aware, the first Pan-African Conference of Ministers of Public and Civil Service, which held in Tangier, Morocco in 1994, proclaimed that the 23rd of June each year be commemorated as African Day for the Civil Service. Nigeria has been observing this day annually from 1999 with a week-long activity, which has given us the opportunity to showcase current reforms and celebrate salient achievement of the service. The commemoration of the day also provides a platform for African nations to recognize the value and virtue of service to national development. Notably, the theme for this year is apt and Plan 2021 to 2025. That's FCIP 25, which is capability building and talent management. On that note, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding applause, join me as I invite our own Amazon, the head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Dr. Folashade Yemieson, CFR, for her opening address.
The Chairman, Senate Committee on Establishment and Public Service Matters, Senator Cyril Oluwole Fashuyi, the Honorable Minister of Justice and the Attorney General of the Federation, Prince Lateef Fagbemi, SAN, the Honorable Minister of Education, Professor Tahir Maman, the Honorable Minister of State Education, Dr. Tako Yusuf Sunono, the Chairman, Federal Civil Service Commission, Professor Tunji Olaokpa, the High Commissioner, British High Commission, Dr. Richard Montgomery, Transformative Permanent Secretaries, Executive Secretaries, Directors General, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome to the lecture. It gives me indeed great pleasure to welcome everybody that's here to the 2024 edition of the Public Service Lecture to mark the annual Civil Service Week and also the Africa Public Service Day. Over the years, the Public Service Lecture has grown into a melting pot of both contemporary and long-standing knowledge on how to navigate through the complexities of leadership and build citizen-centric institutions and individuals. The African Union theme for this year is Educate an African Fit for the 21st Century, building resilient education systems for increased access to inclusive, lifelong, quality, and relevant learning in Africa. This theme underscores the critical role education plays in shaping the future of the African continent. However, drawing from this theme, perhaps the major question that should be asked is, what does the 21st century hold? While it is not inherent in our ability to foretell things to come, we can learn from the past and the present to prepare for the future. Therefore, education is the key to unlocking the capability and socioeconomic transformation of the African nations. This entails equipping the next generation with the skills and knowledge needed to navigate and thrive in an increasingly complex world of work. In this light, the Nigerian Civil Service, in collaboration with its partners and stakeholders, and the most prominent of which is the Ike Imokwade Foundation, has invested massively in the training, retraining, and retooling of its workforce. Continuous education and staff development are paramount. And that is why capability building and talent management are the first set of priorities in the Federal Civil Service Strategy and Implementation Plan 2021 to 2025. The theme also speaks to the need for institutions such as the civil service to prioritize succession planning and explore ways of attracting more of the brightest in the society, and indeed retaining the same. The FCIP 24-25 plan, which was developed in collaboration with numerous stakeholders from both the public and private sectors, has 6 pillars and a number of enablers which are critical for the successful implementation of the activities under each pillar. As we all know, the service is also grooming a new crop of leaders and very highly skilled officers through the Leadership Enhancement and Development Program, LEAD-P, with over 200 LEAD-P officers trained so far and deployed to various assignments. Our goal is to identify, mentor, and strategically deploy 500 future civil service leaders service-wide by the end of 2025. Previously, the absence of structured and targeted training programs for civil servants in the Nigerian civil service was a major challenge. Training across the MDAs was carried out without considering the actual competencies lacking in service. Over the past years, however, despite the series of training programs held across the service, many civil servants lacked the requisite knowledge and skills required for their jobs. In most cases, training modules were filled with academic content and not based on the real workplace requirements of civil servants to build their capacity and also to deliver on ministerial and national goals. Consequently, the implementation of the Leadership Enhancement and Development Program is our direct response to the glaring knowledge and skills gap identified in the civil service, where a major albatross to the service capacity to effectively discharge its core responsibility as the machinery of governance. This top talent program was then structured to identify, train, and retain the best hands in the civil service, who will become the face of the service in terms of technical and leadership skills. The choice of focusing on the middle-level officers on grade level 10 to 14 is informed by the need to build a strong foundation for the future civil service. And also we want to discourage ministers and political heads from bringing in and using consultants. We have now a crop of very, very talented and very trained civil servants who can surpass the responsibilities of the consultants that are employed most of the time. I'm also pleased to announce that later we will launch the civil service e-learning platform. This unprecedented resource will ensure that we are able to significantly increase the number of civil servants who can undertake induction and Smart P modules, as well as other specialized training packages at the same time. It is also pertinent to emphasize the need for continuous self-development of officers. The qualifications used by an officer at entry level in the service may not be suffice for a career span of 35 years. Hence, we must continue to take advantage of every opportunity for further study. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the aforementioned achievements would not have been possible without the seasoned and hard-working crop of civil servants who work diligently to actualize the mandate of the office. I presented a scorecard on the progress made in the implementation of the Federal Civil Service Strategy and Implementation Plan 2021 to 2025 during the media parley yesterday, and you are all enjoined to avail yourselves of copies of that briefing. At this juncture, it is my pleasure to acknowledge again the presence of a seasoned and renowned educationist, Professor Peter Akinshola Okebukola, OFR, who has made immense contributions to the educational sector at both national and international levels. Hence, we could not have gotten a better guest lecturer for this year's edition of the public lecture. Thank you very much, sir, for honoring us. Thank you. In line with the theme of education, he has graciously agreed to deliver the 2024 Public Service Lecture with the title, Education Fit for the 21st Century, Preparing Nigerian Public Servants to Address Global Challenges while fostering employee engagement, retention, and job satisfaction. The choice of this topic would not have come more aptly, considering the strategic roles civil servants play in formulating policies, maintaining standards, and ensuring quality service delivery to citizens. I have no doubt that his presentation this morning will guide us to identify steps we must take to ensure that the Nigerian civil service is able to maintain its vision of leading a world-class service for accelerated national development. This we are determined and resolute to attain through the engagement and retention of the highest quality of officers to evolve a professional and efficient workforce that is merit-based, accountable, and responsive to the citizens and other stakeholders. Finally, as we celebrate the 2024 Civil Service Week, let us rededicate ourselves to the noble cause of building resilient learning and developed systems capable of building our human capital to realize its full potential and contribute meaningfully to the development of our continent. I once again welcome you all and thank you very, very much for honoring our invitation this morning. God bless us all.
Civil servants arriving
Thank
late
you very
for
much,
work
the head of the
and
civil service of the
performing poorly cannot help Nigeria's image and level of development. What we do and don't do matters. It is our duty to deliver public services. There may be times when we are asked to do things we know we shouldn't do, but if we fail to fulfill our duties in an ethical manner and with integrity, the public we serve will suffer. It is not just when we neglect to do our work. It is also about the way we do our work. If we work in ways that are outdated and inefficient, it will take a lot more time to do a lot less. We cannot continue working this way. We need to embrace technology and move into the digital future. The work is faster and more efficient. We want to live in a country where everyone is treated fairly and receives the same quality public service. So, rather than serving our own interests with greed, we need to put the interests of our people first. So, by embracing a good work ethic and more efficient systems, better technologies, and law-abiding public servants, we can build a more prosperous Nigeria. And by building this Nigeria now, our country will be capable of giving our people a better life in the future.
Thank you so much. That is the culture change video for the public servants in Nigeria. Our head of service, Dr. Folashade Yemi, always encourages us to ensure we carry these on our desktop and laptop. Of course, that culture change video is built on the core values of the civil service, the core values of accountability, meritocracy, professionalism, loyalty, and efficiency. Once again, we want to acknowledge and say thank you to our head of the Civil Service of the Federation for the wonderful opening speech she gave on the reforms so far in the civil service. Once again, please, let's give her a round of applause. Thank you so much. We would also want to acknowledge, just before we continue shortly, the presence of the Honorable Minister of Education, Professor Tahir Maman. Professor Tahir Maman Owen is also a senior advocate of Nigeria. On behalf of the head of service of the Federation, sir, we welcome you to today's occasion. Please let's give him a round of applause too. Also here with us this morning is the Honorable Minister of State for Education, Honorable Dr. Yusuf Tanko Sudunu, on behalf of the head of service of the Federation. So we want to say a huge welcome to you, sir. Please let's also welcome him with a round of applause. We also have here with us today the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Aviation and Aerospace Development, and the person of Dr. Emmanuel Chukwuemeka Meribole. We welcome you once again to today's occasion. Also here with us today is the Permanent Secretary, Niger Delta Affairs, Dr. Shuaib Muhammad Lamido Begore. We want to say welcome to you this morning, sir. You're welcome. We are glad to have you this morning.
We would also like to recognize and acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Architect Ahmed Musa Dangiwa. You're welcome, sir. Also in our midst this morning is the Honorable Minister of Sports Development, Senator John Owan Eno. You're welcome, sir. From the union side, we have the representative of the Trade Union Congress, is Dr. Tommy Ikimi Okon, the National President, Association of Senior Civil Servants of Nigeria, and First Deputy President, Trade Union Congress. You're welcome, sir. We'd also like to recognize the presence of our Permanent Secretary, Special Duties Office in the Office of the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Dr. Magdalene Ajani. Also with us this morning is the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, Mr. Temitope Fashedemi. We also have with us the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Arts, Culture and Creative Economy and Tourism, Mr. James Sule. Also with us this morning is the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, Ambassador Abba Nura Rimi. You're welcome, sir.
Also representing the Honorable Minister of Police Affairs this morning is Dr. Ibrahim Gaidano. We want to say welcome to you. Thank you so much. The representative of the DG, NITDA, we want to acknowledge your presence. Mr. Lawa, we say good morning to you. You're welcome to today's occasion.
We also like to recognize the presence of our Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Finance, Mrs. Lydia Shehu Jafia Mena. Also with us this morning is the Chairman of ICPC, Dr. Musa Adamu Aliu, SAN. We also have with us the Director overseeing the Office of Permanent Secretary, Federal Civil Service Commission, Mr. Ogaba Ede. Thank you very much.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we progress in this program, we would want to continue by taking the first goodwill message today. The first goodwill message today is coming from the Chairman, Council of Retired Federal Permanent Secretaries in Nigeria, and the Chairman is Malam Yayale Ahmed, but he is ably represented here today by Dr. Andrew David Adejo. Dr. Andrew David Adejo is a former Federal Permanent Secretary in Nigeria. On behalf of the head of the Federal Civil Service of the Federation, we want to please welcome Dr. Andrew David Adejo for the first goodwill message. Please, let's welcome him with a round of applause. Thank you so much. You're welcome, sir. Good morning.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony. Your Excellencies, I think you will agree with me that I should adopt the protocols that have been eloquently established by the head of service. I stand here on behalf of the Chairman of the Council of Retired Federal Permanent Secretaries, Alhaji Yayale Ahmed, who could not be present, and he had asked me to tender an unreserved apology for his absence. So he has given me a message to read, which I will read word for word. So forgive me if I don't read him well, blame me for it. But if I read him well, all the accolades go to him. I am very delighted to be present here today to deliver this goodwill message. I am also, on behalf of myself and the Conference Council of Retired Federal Permanent Secretaries, I want to thank the head of service for extending the invitation to us. As usual, the adopted theme for this year's public service in Nigeria fits perfectly into what the country is desiring. I also want to use this opportunity to commend the head of service for the tremendous achievements that have been recorded so far in terms of the implementation of the Federal Civil Service Implementation Strategy and Implementation Plan 2021-2025. That, as she has explained, in terms of the key policies, is what is driving the program so far. To this end, without making a long speech, I want to use this opportunity all civil servants here to buy in and key in and make sure that sustainability of the positive gains of this Federal Civil Service Strategy and Implementation Plan are sustained over the years. I commend her dedication, her passion, and drive. But that dedication, passion, and drive will amount to nothing if it's not supported by all of us, both those of us in the service today and those of us that are providing facilitatory service to this service. And to also commend the public servants that have taken the gauntlet in trying to push the new reforms that have been gradually crafted down. We look forward to a federal civil service in Nigeria that will be the sinusoid of all nations, because without a federal civil service that is responsive to delivering effective service delivery to the people, the country cannot move in its development efforts. I thank you very much for your kind attention. God bless the federal service. God bless Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andrew Adejo. Even though he's a retired permanent secretary, he's not tired. He's still a transformative permanent secretary. Thank you very much for that goodwill message. We'd like to recognize the presence of the permanent secretary, Ministry of Health and Social Welfare, Madam Daju Kashilom, MNI. You're welcome, ma'am. We also like to recognize the presence of the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation, Dr. Ngozi Onwundiwe. Also with us this morning is the Executive Secretary, TED Fund, Architect Echonu Sunday. You're welcome, sir. So, to give us the next goodwill message is the British High Commissioner, Richard Montgomery. Richard is the British High Commissioner to Nigeria and the UK Permanent Representative to the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, based in Abuja. You're welcome, Mr. Richard.
Thank you very much, and good morning, and distinguished Senator, honourable ministers, Head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Dr. Folashade, and Mr. Chairman of the Federal Civil Service Commission. Professor, it's a great pleasure to see you today. Representatives of the Armed Forces, distinguished permanent secretaries, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to stand on protocol that has already been extensively observed, I think. I'm really delighted to be here today. Thank you, Madam, for the invitation. I think we ought to confess that I'm a stand-in, that we were trying to get an ex-cabinet secretary from the UK, but our joint efforts failed, because you may have noticed that in the United Kingdom at the moment, we are at a turn of our political cycle. We have an election coming up. So unfortunately, our former cabinet secretary colleague was unable to come, but he was delighted to get the invitation. And I'm really delighted to be here today to celebrate with you Civil Service Week, Africa Public Service Day, and to hear Professor's lecture. And I'd like also to mention that I think some people are receiving awards today for essays, so I'd like to give some advanced congratulations to all those people that are getting an award today. But it is also, I'm delighted to be here because I think it's important that we pay tribute to the wider public service in doing such a range of roles in a Nigeria that is only growing in global significance. And you know, the UK, we're very conscious of our shared history that has shaped some common civil service traditions, but we also have much to learn from you in a rising country, dealing with different contexts and common challenges sometimes that I hope the professor is going to tell us a bit about. And over the past 2 decades, certainly since the return of democracy and the Fourth Republic, the British High Commission and the UK government has sought to work in partnership with many people across the Nigerian public service, various ministries, MDAs at federal level, at state level, with people in senior leadership roles, but also frontline workers, whether they're public health workers, teachers, or agricultural extension specialists. And through that work, I'd really like to hope that the UK and Nigeria, we have a very productive, a very collegiate, and a mutually respectful partnership in a number of areas. And as a civil servant myself, I appreciate the importance of today's event and, as Madam you said, building a civil service fit for the future, for the challenges of the future, by investing in education in a range of areas and on a range of issues. And the UK is particularly pleased to be involved in education. I mean, I think many people know that we're involved, and I hope the Honourable Minister will recognise the UK is involved in both primary and secondary education at federal level and at state level with various partners to build the foundational skills. And we're also involved working alongside the British Council and higher education institutions in the UK. We're involved in tertiary education partnerships, transnational education partnerships that are so important for building the human capital of the future. And we also work a little bit on civil service reform, not just at federal level, but also in a number of states, working on policy processes, budget processes, organizational performance, not all of the pillars, but quite a lot of the pillars in the civil service strategy. And that's through our partnership to engage, reform and learn, or PEARL. And we hope that these initiatives contribute in some small way to the wider education ecosystem in Nigeria, and which are all important for an effective and an efficient public service. But we are always watching for ways in which we can continue but also evolve our support. And that's an issue that's live in the British civil service. The world does not stand still. We have to work out what the new challenges, the new complexities that we have to consider as civil servants. And Madam, you mentioned a number of those challenges. I'm rather looking forward to the Professor's lecture because I think he's going to touch on some of these modern challenges. And all of this is because the civil service in my country and in yours, it's both the steel frame, but it's also the engine room for enabling politicians, political leaders to develop the policies and implement them for the betterment of our countries. And I feel that particularly strongly now as the Nigerian civil service takes forward the renewed hope agenda of His Excellency the President of the Federal Republic, an agenda which I have spoken on a number of occasions that we fully support, and we want to find ways of supporting further. And before I end, I'd just like to applaud you, Madam, for putting in place not just the strategy, but particularly the pillar that I think you mentioned, which is the capacity building and talent management pillar of the Federal Civil Service Strategy and Implementation Plan. And you know, such investments in civil service skills and talent, it's important not just for effectiveness, but also for building more public confidence and trust in the civil service, and therefore the ability of the civil service to deliver for your citizens. So I'm very much looking forward to learning more today, and if there are ideas that we can pick up on afterwards, I'd be very keen to take them forward. But I would just like to end by saying thank you for inviting me to join and listen today, and you very much have our very best wishes and our warm goodwill for the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, His Excellency Richard Montgomery, the British High Commissioner to Nigeria. We want to appreciate you for the goodwill message you've just given. Thank you so much. Just before we continue, we would also like to acknowledge the presence of the Permanent Secretary, Common Service, Olubumi Olowo Kere. We want to say welcome to you this morning on behalf of the head of the Civil Service of the Federation. We will go ahead to take the next goodwill message. The next goodwill message is going to be taken by no other person but the chairman of our Federal Civil Service Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, join me as we welcome Professor Tunji Olaopa, a Nigerian political scientist and a public administrator. Welcome this morning. You have the floor, sir, as you take your goodwill message. Good morning, sir.
Thank you very much, the head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Dr. Folashade Emieson, for that very well-established protocol, which I will simply adopt. In doing that, let me pay my respect to the chairman, Senate Committee Establishment and Public Service Matters. Of course, our guest speaker, Emeritus Professor Peter Okebukola, OFR, and to acknowledge my colleagues, honorable commissioners from the commission here present. I'm honored to be participating in this year's Civil Service Week as chairman, Federal Civil Service Commission. The last time I did, I was a permanent secretary. I therefore heartily congratulate career bureaucrats and the body of public servants in Nigeria and across the African continent on yet another annual celebration. The African Union, in designating the week as the Public Service Week in 1994 in Tangier, Morocco, has provided an annual seminar platform to beam critical light on how we might raise the bar of professionalism and capability readiness of the civil service as the engine room of government in delivering development policy and good governance across the African continent. In this statement, I'd like to do just two things. One, I'd like to congratulate my colleague and sister, Dr. Folashade Emieson, the head of the Civil Service of the Federation, on her commendable, spirited, and innovative reform initiatives through the implementation of the Federal Civil Service Strategy and Implementation Plan 2021 to 2025. I dare say that your brilliant reform program has significantly deepened institutional reforms and systems improvement in a measure that will sure stand the test of time. The second thing that I'd like to do is to latch on to the backdrop of those significant and irreducible innovative reform layers that constitute your legacies, to admonish and challenge your successors by offering just the preface to those perspectives that might help us to build on those reform legacies as next step to reform the reform so we do not reinvent the wheels in a manner of speaking. To be in a position to build on current gains as administrative reform progresses will require value-based leadership sophistication that draws from deep and nuanced out-of-the-box strategic thinking and leadership by example. My contribution to crystallizing the roadmap for next level reform of the reform, therefore, will not amount to preempting our revered guest speaker, but will be to pose a number of seminar questions that we all have to do well to confront and answer creatively as we reflect on the theme of this year's Civil Service Public Service Lecture. Beyond the scholarly tone and perspective that our erudite and renowned Emeritus Professor Peter Okebukola will of course eloquently set and provide, therefore, I'm saying that we also need a seminar compass for our reflection as a profession in deep in-house conversation on what we have learned from past reforms and the education that is fit for preparing the civil service, not just for the heavily volatile and confounding development management in the 21st century, but in navigating the unfolding fourth and fifth industrial revolutions. I therefore proceed to conclude by posing 7 quick questions that should be the focus of our reflection as policy management professionals and administrators that government is bound to rely on for problem solving in the dynamics of implementing the renewed hope agenda going forward. One, why has change intended by past reform, past and current institutional reformers in the Nigerian civil service become such a Sisyphean task that makes it appear as if reformers are rolling a boulder up the hill only to have it roll back down and down again and again in a series of motions without movement? That question merely rehashes the famous 1849 idiom by the French satirist Jean-Baptiste Alphonse Carr in his contribution to change management philosophy and discourse, when he wrote, and I quote, "The more things change, the more they stay the same." In other words, and this is my number 2 question, why is it that in spite of the many spirited civil service reforms initiatives since 1999, the federal bureaucracy on balance seems to be declining in some vital performance indicators and parameters that are key to the overall effectiveness of the bureaucracy as the engine room of governance? Number 3, as we make the move to institute performance management system, to activate the performance bond that we signed with His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, a reform paradigm shift that has been pending since 1974, when Jerome Udoji Reform Commission recommended the introduction of Planning, Programming, Budgeting System, BPBS, as back-end to management by objective MBO introduced by Peter Drucker, and project management practices in the civil service. How far have we gone to re-engineer the MDA's I am directed standard operating bureaucratic protocol and backend in anticipation of a launch of a full-blown performance management system, so that the service is sure-footed to concretely deliver measurable output and outcome within result-based managerial framework? Number 4, what changes do we need to make to resource use efficiency, value for money concerns in the expenditure structure of government to enable required efficiency gains for the containment of redundancies and waste, so we can help the government stem the tide of expanding but unsustainable cost of governance, which is limiting real development funding and investment? Number 5, if we get sufficiently innovative in resource use efficiency and we are thus in a position to enter into significant productivity bargain-enabled enhanced pay and remuneration, would we not have gained enhanced bargaining leverage to negotiate better conditions of service as motivation and incentive, monetary and non-monetary, required to attract talent, scarce skills into the service, thus raising the prestige of our profession and restoring government as employer of choice in the national economy? Number 6, this question in turn raises another relevant question. What will be the contingent changes in personnel policies, pay level, and operational cost ratios that are most cost-effective and consistent to achieve optimal productivity level in the public service and by extension the national economy? And lastly, number 7, what change management and capability enhancement strategy are in place to redress situations that will arise when MDAs are falling short in delivering on the performance bond that was signed with the federal government of Nigeria? So we set ourselves to becoming the game changer indeed. These are reflective points and poses. And from my vantage point as Service Commission Chair, I'm fully available to collaborate in addressing these concerns through sharing and learning and strategic partnership to take the current reform programs to its next level. I thank you all for your kind attention, and God bless you all.
Thank you so much, our own Professor Tunji Olaokwa, the Chairman of the Federal Civil Service Commission. We appreciate those wonderful recommendations. I would also like to acknowledge the representative of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation. Is ably represented by the Permanent Secretary, General Service Office, Maurice Nnamdi. You're welcome, sir. We say good morning to you. We're glad to have you here. Thank you so much. I will also like to acknowledge the presence of the SA to Mr. President on Policy Coordination, Ajia Adiza Bala Usman. Ajia Adiza Bala Usman is the one who ensures the complete implementation of the performance management contract signed by the various ministers and ensure that they implement this contract to the letter. Once again, let's welcome her with a round of applause. Thank you so much, ma. You're welcome. We will also want to acknowledge the presence of the Chairman, House Committee on Public Service Matters, Honorable Sani Umar Bala. Honorable Sani Umar Bala currently represents the Kunchi constituency in Kano State. Thank you so much, sir. We are glad to have you here this morning. We'll go ahead to take the next goodwill message. The next goodwill message this morning will be taken by our Honorable Minister of Education, O.N. Tahi Maman, who is also a senior advocate of Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, join me as we welcome the Honorable Minister of Education, Professor Tahi Maman. Thank you so much, sir. You're welcome. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, everybody. I want to take the liberty to save us time of standing on the protocol, very well established by our chief host, I believe, the organizer of this event. I want to thank you, Madam, our Amazon, and if I may say, the chief servant of Nigeria, for putting together this event, and actually commend you for this, for keying into the African Union's vision for manpower for Africa for the 21st century. We know the role and status of the civil services in two fronts. Now, I will avoid being an adjunct lecturer to our big brother, whose capacity is well known. It's a household resource for us in the education sector, with whom we're very proud. But still, just want to mention a few things that will hopefully agitate our minds and the minds of this top crop of senior civil servants we have here as we manage the business of Nigeria. Now, the service here is the vehicle for the development of Nigeria. The civil service of Nigeria is set up for it. We call it the engine room. It also provides political leaders with the expertise and the advice necessary when people come into offices. Ministers, far from president, ministers that depend on this crop of people for advice, expertise, to implement their programs, manifestos. And of course, the service engages in skilling and reskilling of this sector over time to ensure that they command the appropriate capacity to deliver on these mandates. And of course, finally, certification of candidates and qualifications for recruitment into the service. The Federal Ministry of Education, on the other hand, on one hand, it is one of the agencies of the civil service. It's part of the one of the ministries of the several ministries in the service which provide the service we mentioned. But most importantly, its role is very, very central to what we are talking about, which is it is the one that provides the primary qualification, primary manpower for this service, for this entire service for the entire country. And through basic education, primary, secondary schools, and then the tertiary education, and then other specialized institutions. Consequently, the quality of products from these institutions directly impact on the quality of service, quality of manpower of the service, and therefore the quality of services provided in these countries. Now, since independence, these institutions, education institutions in Nigeria have grown in leaps and bounds in terms of number, diversified ownership from initial federal government ownership to private states, and now international, because we have opened up the tertiary education sector to bring in investors from abroad to own tertiary institutions in Nigeria. It's one of the major achievements of this government through TNA. And in fact, the guidelines for the TNA was launched in UK some 5 months ago with the Minister of Education, with the Secretary of Education of the United Kingdom. I want to thank you, Your Excellency, for that. And in fact, during my trip about 6 weeks ago in the UK Commonwealth Education and Ministers meeting, we had multiple meetings with the Secretary, and I had only one wish list, which she granted, which was a visit to one of the schools. And that visit was organized to one of the primary schools in the UK. And I tell you, it was a very huge opener for us, because we also have some Nigerians to see how education is delivered right at that foundation level. You know, because if you get it right at that foundation level, you get it right all through. If you don't get it right at that foundation level, then we'll have problem. Now, despite the expansion we mentioned, access, inclusivity, and quality, and education that is fit for purpose have been major concerns for everybody over the years, which are what the Continental AU agenda focuses on. Now, this government is focusing on this. I will end my goodwill by simply stating what we are doing, because in a nutshell, because this is very important for the service to know. One, as we know, the problems are problems of literacy, numeracy, creative thinking. At that level, is very, very low. In fact, the research we have is that it's as low as 25 to 30%. So you know that this is a very serious fundamental issue, because if you don't get it right there, as I said, it's a big problem. Also, that's poor quality. And the millions of children who are out of school, the worst of being girls. And then the gender-friendly learning environment, ICT, and climate-friendly learning system. These are the core things which are of concern to everybody. Now, this government is addressing these issues currently. The policy frameworks turned out for them is through what we call DOTS. And I want to acknowledge your permanent secretary, Dr. Didi, for putting together the DOTS. The framework is there, but she gave her that acronym DOTS. She's probably very good with chase. And DOTS means data, out of school, teachers, support, and skills. This is the framework we are addressing these problems at the foundation level of education. We can't do anything without data. We don't have data, aggregated, coordinated data. So the education sector is addressing this problem by having a complete census of teachers, schools, and learners in the country. Skilling, we want to reskill the entire education sector from primary school right through the tertiary level. And then, of course, teachers, they are the ones who drive all these things. And O stands for out of school. We have millions and millions of our brothers and sisters who are out of school. These are things we have to work on collectively. You know, as I said, the ministry is part of you, so whatever we are doing there is still a plus to what the government is doing. And then, of course, technology, you know, which is the vehicle through which we deliver everything. And then the tertiary, through CC Mass. The architect here, the coordinator is our speaker. I'm sure he'll probably give us more word on what CC Mass at the tertiary level is. It's taking, reinventing the tertiary level education system. That's what CC Mass is all about. And giving us education that is suitable and convenient for us. And then the skilling too, through both education and the National Council on Skills, chaired by the Vice President, which is a very, very important tool, madam. We are, at the last meeting of the council, a committee was set up to do a skills census across MDAs. The idea is that there are so many MDAs in Nigeria which are providing varieties of skills, so we need to know them. Because the whole thing is that this government wants to support this, and strengthen them, these skills right across. And so you'll be hearing from us very soon on that. So these are the various interventions which this government is already doing, and of course opening up the open distance education at the tertiary level, which is a very major point of access for education for our children. Now finally, I want us to pause on these things as a roundup, and then as we round up with this. One is the education financing. There's a problem here. Yes, this government has been able to improve substantially on education financing, but I can tell you we're nowhere where we should be. And we need to rethink how we are going to finance our education system. Then two, attitude from key officials of the service. From my own 9 months, 10 months experience as a minister now, I have not seen the right attitude coming from senior officials of our service to education matters. Education having problem accessing what even due to it. Not to talk about giving what is even extra funding for it. We know what families do. Families even sacrifice their wives, their houses in order to educate their children. Please, we need to have a better attitude from our senior officials on that. I can understand, for instance, why institutions will be asked to pay 40% of what they call operating surplus. What is operating surplus in education? None. Tuition is free. Students pay small money for accommodation, for the stationery, for clinic, and yet institutions are asked to pay back 40%. What is operating surplus? It's not there. So please, we need to rethink these things. We also need to recognize recognition of capital development as the driving force of our development. I'm also not getting that impression from us. And then, of course, with what the head of service say in terms of skills and reskilling, our skilling is terribly important for us to be doing that, because the entry-level qualifications are just the basic and minimum. Throughout the career, they need about a lot of reskilling and reskilling. And then, of course, digitalization. So these are some of the things that I feel this crop of cream of leadership of service in this country, you know, can be thinking about, not only here, but as we go back to our
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I will want to dwell on the already established protocol. It is with great pleasure and honor that I stand before you today as a special guest of honor at the 2024 Civil Service Week celebration. I commend the organizers for always finding it necessary to carry members of the legislature along. During this event on our own part, it helped to also serve as an oversight to give us an insight into the activities of the Office of the Head of the Civil Service, which makes it easier to always approve statutory proposals that seek to enable them. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme, Education Fit for the 21st Century, preparing Nigeria's civil servant to address global challenges while fostering employee engagement, retention, and job satisfaction, captures the essence of civil service reform we must all undertake together. In this light, I had proposed the Electronic Government Bill in 2022. Unfortunately, even though the bill passed for second reading, it was rather too late to conduct public hearing in order to further the legislative actions required for making it a law. It is a proposal that seeks to enable digitalization as well as encourage documents and paperwork management. It is pertinent to also say that this legislative proposal corroborates last year's theme, which focused on digitalization of work process in public service, a gateway to efficient resources utilization and national development. Unquote. Indeed, we shall put more effort to reintroduce this proposal into the legislative system sooner or later. In an era marked by rapid technological development and evolving global dynamics, the need for a modern, adaptable, and robust educational framework for our civil service is more crucial than ever. Our nation's ability to address global challenges and seize emerging opportunities hinges on the strengths and preparedness of public service. To prepare our civil servant for the challenges of the 21st century, we must prioritize continuous learning, training, and development. This means embracing innovative educational method, integrating cutting-edge technology, and fostering an environment of critical thinking and problem solving. By doing so, we equip our civil service with necessary skills and knowledge to not only meet but exceed the demand of their roles. Moreover, fostering employee engagement, retention, and job satisfaction is integral to the success of the civil service, an engaged workforce that is a productive workforce. When civil servants feel valued, supported, and given opportunities for growth, they are more likely to be committed to their duties and remain motivated. This not only enhances individual performance, but also strengthens the overall effectiveness of the public service. As we celebrate our civil service, I want to assure you all of the resolve of the 10th House of Representatives, led by Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, PhD, to support the revolution of a civil service in Nigeria. In this context, the House recently resolved through a motion to support the call for the living wage and the improved welfare for civil servants and Nigerians at large. This, we believe, shall encourage and motivate the workforce that will help engender the dividend of governance and democracy. I wish to reiterate the commitment of the House of Representatives and the National Assembly to build a system that is fit for the civil service in the 21st century, a system that empowers our civil servants to tackle global challenges head-on while ensuring they are engaged, satisfied, and motivated in their careers. Let us work together to create public service that is dynamic, resilient, and capable of driving our nation forward. Thank you for your unwavering and dedication and service to the great nation. Together we can achieve the excellence and make it lasting impact. God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sani Umar Bala, the Chairman, House Committee on Public Service Matters. We appreciate you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to recognize the presence of our former Permanent Secretary and the convener of NISH, Mr. S.K. Adelakun. To take the next goodwill message, I would like to respectfully invite the Chairman, Senate Committee on Establishment and Public Service Matters, Senator Oluwole Fasuyi Cyril.
Good morning to you all. I said good morning to you all. At least that confirms that I'm here to speak to some people and to all of you. Dr. Folashade Yemi-Esan, I sincerely appreciate you as a successful head of the civil service of Nigeria. This is my second call at your program this year, and I'm also impressed with everything you are doing. On this note, I stand on your established protocol because nobody can do it better than the bureaucrats, not even the politicians. It is with great honor and heartfelt enthusiasm that I join you today to celebrate the annual Civil Service Week. This significant occasion highlights the crucial role the civil service plays in shaping the future of Nigeria. Today, we join hands in commemoration, reflection, and forward-looking commitment to the excellence in public service. The theme for this year's celebration, as set by the African Union, educate an African fit for 21st century, building resilient education system for increased access to inclusive, lifelong, quality, and relevant learning in Africa, end of quote, resonates deeply with our national objectives. This theme underscores the critical need for a robust and adaptive education system that not only imparts knowledge, but also fosters the resilience and inclusivity necessary for our continent to thrive in the 21st century. Education is the bedrock of any thriving society. It is the foundation upon which we build the future of our nation. Let me digress a little. Without education, we will all not be here. By prioritizing an education system that is inclusive and lifelong, we ensure that every Nigerian can contribute meaningfully to our national development. This is particularly crucial in today's rapidly changing world, where the skills and knowledge required for success are constantly evolving. The effective functioning of the civil service is crucial to delivering quality services to our citizens and driving the renewed hope agenda of Mr. President. We, at the National Assembly, are committed to making laws that will impact the lives of the citizens,
The civil servants are the crucial agents who work tirelessly behind the scenes to implement policies and programs that enhance quality of life for all Nigerians, which shall sustain our democracy for over 25 years. Today's public lecture, as well as the award ceremony slated for Saturday, are befitting tributes to dedication and hard work of our civil servants. It serves as a reminder of the high standards we must uphold and the significant impact we can have on national development through our collective efforts. This event also provides an opportunity to reflect on the progress we have made and the challenges that lie ahead. It is a moment to dedicate our achievements and renew our commitment to serving the nation with integrity and excellence. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the deserving award recipients. Your exemplary service sets a benchmark for others to follow. Your commitment and excellence are commendable, and your achievements today inspire us all to strive for greater heights. These awards recognize not just individual excellence, but also the collective strength of the civil service. It highlights the importance of teamwork, dedication, and a shared vision for a better Nigeria. As the chairman of the Senate Committee on Establishment and Public Service Matters, I reaffirm our unwavering support and commitment to ensuring that the civil service is equipped, motivated, and empowered to fulfill its mandate. We are committed to advocating for policies that enhance the capacity and effectiveness of our civil service, ensuring that it remains a pillar of efficiency in our governance structure. Our committee will continue to work closely with the head of civil service of the Federation, the management, and all stakeholders to address the challenges facing the civil service and to assist in promoting reforms that will enhance its performance and efficiency. Let us embrace the spirit of today's celebration, not just as a formality, but as a call to action and renew commitments to building a resilient, inclusive, and forward-thinking civil service. Together, we can drive Nigeria towards a future of sustained growth and prosperity. Once again, I wish to thank all the civil servants for the immense roles you are playing in supporting the implementation of the policies of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Thank you, and I wish you a happy celebration. God bless you all.
Thank you so much, distinguished Senator Cyril Oluwole Fashui. Thank you so much for the wonderful goodwill message. We're indeed grateful for your kind words. Now we will go ahead to the next item on the agenda. But before we take that, we can see that we've been sitting down for a while, and so Funke will quickly ensure that we stretch our leg. She will take up the microphone now to tell us how to ensure that we stand up and, of course, move around for just some few seconds. Funke, you have the floor.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you know, in the Office of the Head of Service, the wellness of staff is a priority, top priority. On that note, I would like to respectfully ask that we please stand up to stretch our legs for 2 seconds for blood circulation while the band gives us some musical interlude. E-learning, yeah.
Who is it?
This is the name.
Who is
That
he?
e-learning.
Okay,
Timo
okay.
Funyi, this is the name.
You see the company page you want to do. Oh, this is
It's okay. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the light exercise. Please, may we be seated? Please, can we go back to our seats? Thank you very much.
now that they can access the program using the barcode
Okay.
from the ushers.
Also, to let you know that the program of events is just in front of you. Quickly scan the barcode and you get the soft copy. We've gone digital in the office of the head of service, fully digital, paperless.
Can we please go back to our seats now so that we can continue? Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to acknowledge the presence of the chairman, National Income, Wages and Salary Commission, in the person of Ekpo Nta. You're welcome, sir. We are glad to have you here. Also here with us today is the DG Nigeria Agricultural Quarantine Service in the person of Dr. Vincent Isegbe. Thank you, sir, and welcome to today's occasion. Let's go back to our seats as we continue with this program, please. Thank you so much. Can we please go back to our seats? We want to take the next item on the agenda. Let's go back to our seats as we take the next item on the agenda. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, of course you're all aware that we're here today to be part of the public lecture to mark the Civil Service Commemoration Week. And to do justice to the theme of the year is no other person but an emeritus professor. I will quickly take us through his citation before we invite him to take the lecture for the day. The title of the public lecture for today is Education Fit for the 21st Century, Preparing Nigerian Public Servants to Address Global Challenges while Fostering Employee Engagement, Retention, and Job Satisfaction. This public lecture is going to be taken by our own Emeritus Professor Peter Akinsola Okebukola, OFR. Professor Peter Akinsola Okebukola, OFR, is a distinguished professor of science and computer education at Lagos State University, Nigeria. He had his higher education at the University of Ibadan, where he obtained his bachelor's, master's, and PhD degrees in science education. He had specialized science and technology training at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, and Harvard University, both in Cambridge, USA. Professor Peter Okebukola is a fellow of the International Academy of Education. He was the African representative on the Executive Committee of the International Council of Associations for Science,
education between 1998 and 2007. He is also a fellow of the Science Association of Nigeria. He's also a fellow and president of the Nigerian Association for Environmental Education and fellow and past president of the Science Teachers Association of Nigeria. He was concurrently the chairman of council of 4 Nigerian universities. I think he deserves a round of applause. Professor Peter Okebukola is currently the chairman of Council of National Open University of Nigeria. He's also the chairman, Board of Trustees, Crawford University, chairman, Board of Trustees of Caleb University, member, Board of Trustees of Bells University of Technology, Afe Babalola University, and executive chairman, Okebukola Science Foundation. He was executive secretary of the National University Commission in Nigeria. He was also the chairman of the US-based advisory council of the Chair International Quality Group. Professor Peter Okebukola was director of the Virtual Institute for Higher Education Pedagogy and co-director of UNESCO's Virtual Institute for Higher Education in Africa. He has served as lead facilitator to deliver online training to over 10,000 academics in 62 universities in Africa. He was also leader of the e-learning program for federal civil servants in Nigeria, involving over 70,000 participants. He has served as team leader of several quality assurance projects involving UNESCO, the African Union, the World Bank, Association of African Universities, and the Global University Network for Innovation, the one we call GUNI Africa. His research efforts have gravitated around 5 central themes: computers in education and e-learning, cooperative learning, metacognitive strategies in science education, environmental education, and eco-cultural influences on the learning of science concepts. These efforts have resulted in over 160 internationally published works and over 200 national and international conference presentations. Please, let's give him a round of applause again. Professor Peter Okebukola is also the recipient of the National Honor of the Officer of the Order of the Federal Republic, OFR. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure to invite our eminent Emeritus Professor Peter Akinsola Okebukola for the lecture titled Education Fit for the 21st Century, Preparing Nigerian Public Servants to Address Global Challenges while Fostering Employee Engagement, Retention, and Job Satisfaction. Thank you so much. Good morning. We're glad to have you.
Your Excellency, the distinguished senator, and other members of the legislature, our honorable ministers, Mama, Dr. Folashade Yemi Eson, CFR, Head of Service, who is hosting us today, distinguished guests, dedicated public servants, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. You can see I've coupled a number of things to the protocol list that the head of service of the Federation rendered and which other speakers have been adopting. There's no way I will continue without singling out my ministers. Professor Tahir Maman, Honorable Minister of Education, and Honorable Dr. Tanko Yusuf Sununu, Honorable Minister of State for Education. Of course, I recognize also our Permanent Secretary, and two of my bosses who are here, Ambassador Dr. Chris Mayaki, the Executive Secretary of the National Universities Commission, and someone, if the UN rings a bell and says, hey, let every country, 193, 194, whatever, should send their most distinguished public servant with labels such as accountability, prudence, good leadership, that we will send from Nigeria, that I will recommend, that most will recommend, Professor Ishakuloyede, the Registrar of JAMB. I also wish to recognize His Excellency Dr. Richard Montgomery, the High Commissioner of UK to Nigeria and West and ECOWAS. I'm honored to be asked by Her Excellency Dr. Yemi Eson, Folashade Yemi Eson, to give this year's public service lecture. I'd like to throw away my salute for Professor Tunji Olaopa, Chairman of the Federal Civil Service Commission. 25 years ago, running up to about 22 years ago, when I go on mission with Professor Tunji Olaopa, we have our government missions. We have our extra codes in our pockets. I'll use it for something else. But this man here, this Tunji Olaopa, we use every cent to buy books, and books. And on not one occasion, not two occasions, we're returning to Nigeria, and you have to check in. Well, we now, of course, no excess luggage. But this man, excess luggage. And then he will have spent all his extra code, nothing to pay. So now they pay for this man's extra code. I thank Dr. Deborah O.N. Odo, the Permanent Secretary, Service Policies and Strategies Office, for so ably facilitating my participation. Now, since Dr. Folashade Yemi Eson assumed office on September 18, 2019, the service has galloped several paces forward in the pursuit of his mandate. In less than 5 years, ladies and gentlemen, she had made so much mark and impact on the service that her place in history of a progressive federal service, I tell you something, Nigeria's federal civil service is the best in Africa. Of the 55 countries, easily the best. It's already assured. Your place, madam, is already assured. Our achievements include, if you can get the third slide. Our achievements include the third. Yeah. You can read this. Our achievements include, and you are saying it, not me, significantly improved efficiency of the service, digitize the work processes, digitalization of work processes, development of standard operating procedures for the service, implementation of a whole of government performance management system, introduction of the International Organization for Standardization, and the rest that you can see here. No doubt, you also wish to see the report card on her, put together by some assessors who have watched the service with keen interest in the last 4 years. Efficiency, A+. Human relations, A+. Welfare of federal civil servants, A+. Fear of God, A++. How do you know? Yeah, that's what I put in there, A++. Now, building this other one is exceedingly important, and we tracked it. building on the gains of previous heads of service, A+. Some others, when they come into office, they will tell you, oh, the place is stinking, rubbish, nobody has done anything. They are now the Messiah. Now, lie be that. We are building on gains of the past. Overall, at the end, you see overall, A+. We wish her well as this cycle of service closes soon and commit her to God as other cycles open in the future. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in an era defined by rapid technological advancements, complex global interdependencies, and ever-evolving societal needs, the role of the public service has now been more crucial. Our mission today in this lecture is to explore how modern educational paradigms can empower Nigerian public servants to not only navigate but also lead in this dynamic landscape. We'll delve into strategies that not only equip our workforce with necessary skills to tackle global challenges, but also cultivate an environment where engagement, retention, and job satisfaction thrive. We shall also look at the 7 important questions that Professor Laokpa raised, and he has offered, to support the efforts of the service in further refining and getting the next level of reforms in place. Can you go to the next? Okay. Yeah, just keep it there. Way back, when the carburetor was in vogue, I remember my Datsun car, which I bought in 1974 with a loan from government while serving as education officer too. I started my career at the Federal Ministry of Education in 1974. The malfunction of the carburetor, which releases fuel to the cylinders, leads to the vehicle going nowhere. In recent times, the fuel injector system has largely replaced the carburetor. In electric vehicles, the battery supports this mechanism. Now, what have the carburetor, fuel injector, and battery have to do with this lecture? Here's the thing. The civil service is analogous to the carburetor, fuel injector, and battery of the national vehicle. Take the service out of the equation, and the wheel of progress of the nation will come so slowly, will move so slowly and may come to a halt. This is why my first recommendation, is for government to prioritize the welfare of civil servants and generically public servants, who in turn should reciprocate with better commitment to service. Now, the hub around which this theme, the theme of this lecture revolves, is education. And my minister has come out here to let us know that that is the heart of the matter. And I'm delighted that a number of the statements which he has made cohere with what we are going to listen to in a couple of minutes. So what is it? What's the outlook for the 21st century? And how can we better prepare the civil service, indeed the public service, for this future through education? Before venturing into answers, I thought you would like to know how others see you and how you see yourselves. So let us look at a mirror in front of which stands Mr. Civil Servant. What do we see? 2 weeks ago, to answer this question, I launched a study. We started with some open-ended questions, as in the tradition of good research. Open-ended questions: how do you assess the federal civil service? What are its challenges? What is the future like? what recommendations for improving the service in the 21st century, and we got some responses. So we took all of these open-ended responses, aggregated them, and finally extracted, some elements. So at the next level of responses will be rapid. You won't need to be cracking your head. You will already see some suggestions for you. Can you go on? Yeah. So for this last phase, this second phase, by the way, we had 1,321 respondents, broad range, all sectors of the economy, or I say virtual, all sectors of the economy. UN agencies, development partners were part of this. Keep going. I'm going to go fairly fast now. Yeah, so we asked them years of experience that you're familiar with the Federal Civil Service. So that's what we have. More than 20 years, up to less than 5 years. So this gives some confidence that the assessment is dependable. Next, please. Policy implementation rating, how do you rate it? Next one. You can see very quickly because I've been given 1 hour, but I want to spend 40 minutes. And the chairman of the Senate Committee on Establishment said, oh, this man, you're going to spend 1 hour, so let him. I'm going to spend less than 1 hour, sir. So I'm going to go really fast. You will get a copy of this. And the data from where this is sourced, go to Dr. Odo, who in turn will put on the website. It's a digital head of service office. So you can download this full report and the data and do a few things with it. So that's what implementation. Service delivery, that's what we have. Go on, please. Regulation and enforcement. Ensuring compliance with expertise and experience. No, not too fast, man. Expertise and experience. Many civil servants have years of experience and specialized knowledge in their respective fields, contributing to effective policy implementation. This particular item and the one or two behind, we ask him, do you agree with that as a strength of the Federal Civil Service? So you can see, strongly agree and agree. Over 80% agreed with that. Next one. Institutional framework, 80% respondents affirm that the service operates within a well-defined institutional framework. Next, please. Diversity. I like this. The service draws employees from various ethnic, regional, and professional backgrounds, which can enhance inclusivity and comprehensive policy formulation. As you can see, at 5.5%, that's quite good, diverse. Yes. Corruption. Now, this reflects, you can't get, well, this reflects the general picture, the national picture, in fact, maybe the regional picture. What the respondents, 1321 of them, are saying here is that corruption remains a significant challenge affecting the efficiency and integrity of the service. 95% of those who responded said yes. They agree or strongly agree. Yes, next. Bureaucracy, go on to the next. Capacity and training, this was mentioned by several persons who gave goodwill messages. There's a continuous need for capacity building and training to keep up with evolving administrative and technological advancements. Almost like 98% agree with that. Go on to the next one. Go on to the next. So I'm going to summarize now. So what do we have in all of this? The good news is that we looked at you in the mirror and we found that there's generally positive, that the Federal Civil Service found to be generally positive with the graphs following a normal curve. There's a strong agreement on the challenges facing the service. In another section of the lecture, we'll be looking at what will be the solutions. So individual useful to himself or herself and to the community. It's not strictly taken to mean going to school. Although going to school is a pathway to receiving education. The home, the church, the mosque, and other places of worship, the marketplace, a ride in a public bus. Oh, you enjoy that one. Come to our Lagos. Ride in Danfo. You could get educated there about what is happening everywhere. Or ride in Karamarwa. So interaction with significant others, your friends, your colleagues, and siblings, and apprenticeship in an auto mechanic workshop are some other pathways. Now, this now differentiates the roads to education, forming the basis for the formal, non-formal, and informal typologies. The formal road being school-based, the non-formal in non-school settings, such as learning to be a barber or tailor, or as an apprenticeship of the master barber or tailor. Non-formal education is also offered through the mass media in the form of educational broadcasting. The formal pathway is through casual and usually unplanned interaction with other persons or things. Now, watching the mother cook in the kitchen is an informal way of daughters. Also, sons who care to come, learning important culinary skills. What is the outlook of education in the 21st century? This is a question that I will address next. You know, talking about 21st century, for me, attempting to sketch the configuration of education in the 21st century is a greasy pole to climb. The rapidity of events from one year to another makes accuracy of forecast for 100 years. Now, living about 75 years, prone to huge, very huge errors. Any forecast will be fuzzy and could have a high error of prediction. To stay safe, I have set 25 years from now, that is 2050, as the uppermost year of my forecast. So, recalibrating the title is now Education by 2050. I'm delighted to share a coincidence. His Excellency Professor Abubakar Adamu Rashid, former Executive Secretary of the National Universities Commission, NUC, drafts. Stratcom proceeded in 4 major steps. First, we looked at our universities. Okay, we had sectors, transport, education, health, food security, all of those. So we looked at the programs of our universities and found the universities with greatest strength in the different sectors. Let's take food and nutrition security. So we looked at faculties of agriculture, universities of agriculture, and we ranked them on the basis of their strengths. And what then did we do? Baba Rashid, that's former boss, wrote to the vice chancellors. 5 of 5, we picked 5 vice chancellors, you know, the ranking order, and said, okay, can you develop a blueprint for food and nutrition security for 2050 in Nigeria? The next vice chancellor didn't know that we've asked for the same thing. So the universities came up with, you know, we have brilliant minds in Nigeria. As I speak, we have about 18,000 full professors in the Nigerian university system. And very clearly, they are among the very best in Africa. Don't mind what other people tell you. Our professors are clearly among the best. How do I know? 5 years ago, I got the consultancy, African Union, EU, to develop a framework for quality assurance and accreditation for the whole of the region, the whole of the continent. So we went everywhere. I went to about 46 African countries out of the 45, and we came up with what you can call a blueprint for that framework. And in going around, I was able to see that our professors, you see, everywhere you take, you have it as a normal curve. If you now took the average professor from Nigeria, just like you take the average Air Force person or soldier or army or navy, you find that we are very comparable with the rest of the world. I thought you would applaud what I've just said. That's the truth. I have empirical data. If you have something to contend that, come with your data, and I'm going to come with mine. We are really blessed in this country. So the university submitted. We had a synthesis. Staff corps members made up of former ministers, former vice chancellors, and a good cream of people that Babarashi put together. So we synthesized for each of the strategic areas, if you like, or sectors. And after synthesis, we now invited all others who were not part of the drafting of that document to come. We had several iterations, and then a document is available. Ambassador Chris Meyake, I'm sure you're going to make this available. So if you look at, can you go to the next slide? And no, go further still. Go further still. Yeah. So this is what we have. We have Nigeria in 2050. And the question we were asking, and they were answered, are how do we feed the people? Our population will have quadrupled. How do you feed them? How do you ensure health security? How do you educate them? How do you provide housing for them? How do you provide transportation? Employment. Which governance model is best? What about security, internal and external, without a huge population? How do you provide uninterrupted power for the citizenry? How do we maintain our mega cities? So if you look at this, you can see, please go on with the, So you can see blueprint 2050 housing, industrial productivity, infrastructure development, power, and the rest of them. We have 17 of these Nigeria by 2050. You know, my lecture, I said, I'm not going to go beyond 2050. And in these documents, we have all the elements homegrown. At the same time, as I said, the presidency had, thank you very much for that applause. The presidency set up another group, I think local and international, and they have theirs and we have ours. And I trust that ours will be, of course, better than what they have. Let's look at, we've pitched to 2050, where we want to be. Hey, so where are we? What's the state of education in Nigeria? 20th of June, 2024. My minister has said it all. And I like people who are honest, people who will not couch the situation in rosy colors, in rosy language. Our minister came forward to say, where are we deficient? What steps are we taking to redress the deficiency? So, state of education in Nigeria, although this is a massive subject, I'll just attempt a précis. There are typically 5 clusters of variables around which education is described. I've added a 6th one later. What are these clusters? Access, equity, quality, relevance, efficiency. Our minister, Professor Tai Mama, mentioned all of them. And then policy. Now, he also mentioned, and I've noted it here, and I'm happy that the DOTS program or project, DOTS, D-O-T-S, that our permanent secretary gave that acronym about data, is coming rearing its head here. In the absence of comprehensive, up-to-date, and reliable data for all levels of the education system, On all the measures I listed, although there are spots of sample data, usually from development partners and school censors, I will attempt an assessment that I believe is close to reality, which I was able to derive during the ministerial retreat put together by 2 ministers in 2023. So let us begin with the last of this policy. We have a policy on education, the national policy on education. This policy is periodically revised and is one of the best in Africa. I know this having studied education policies all over the world, and only about 6 months ago concluded a consultancy on the comparative analysis of educational policies in Africa. Congratulations to our ministers of education and entities that are involved in policy formulation, revision, updating, and renewal. Next is access. Access to education can be seen from a number of perspectives. Now let me go back, we'll go back a little bit about policy. As you are all aware, we don't have our policies, if only we can implement 80% of the policy prescriptions, we will not be where we are today. So the policies are there, very wonderfully laden with good prescriptions. So access to education can be seen from a number of perspectives. These include availability, affordability, acceptability, and adaptability. We're all familiar with the uncharitable statistic, which the minister mentioned, of the number of out-of-school children, a blight on our education report card, which has refused to go away. But good enough, steps are now being taken to rub off that blight, slowly but surely. On equity, 2 dimensions are prominent: gender equity and disability equity. Gender parity figures at the basic education level are encouraging. A near 50-50 goal is close to being achieved. At the higher education level, especially the universities, the female gender is building up numerical strength. The march to disability equity, though, is slow. The horizon is brightened by the equal opportunity effort spearheaded by Professor Ishaq Oloyede. Professor Ishaq Oloyede, I'd like you to stand up. Where are you? I'd like you to stand up. You're doing Nigeria proud. Thank you. We turn to quality, inadequacies of facilities, and inadequacies in teacher quality, number, and motivation, and severe shortage of facilities have converged to depress quality. The paradox is that in spite of the depressed quality, which attracts derogation for the Nigerian public, everywhere, radio, television, papers, everything. Quality in Nigeria, now, zero. In spite of that, the products from our secondary and higher education systems are generally well sought after in other countries. I've done my analysis of the phenomenon. The typical Nigerian student has immense potential to flower, which, if given the enabling environment, will rapidly grow the green bud into a blossom of knowledge, of skills, and good values. Good quality and well-motivated teachers in the right quantity, good quality facilities for teaching and learning, safe school environment, promotion of society acceptable values are elements of this enabling environment. Imagine a world, ladies and gentlemen, imagine a world where Nigerian children are given such opportunities. We will become the giant of Africa indeed, and the envy of the world in terms of development. What about efficiency? Interruptions of academic calendar have depressed efficiency rates of our higher education institutions. Teacher capacity deficits, poor resourcing, and poor curriculum delivery have inhibited efficiency at the basic education level. On relevance, curriculum deficiencies have resulted in very low score for curriculum. As the Honorable Minister mentioned, the universities, Nigerian universities, can boast of re-engineered curriculum in the form of the core curriculum and minimum academic standards, CC-MAS, core curriculum, and minimum academic standards, CC-MAS. It used to be BMAS, benchmark minimum academic standards. When I was in office as Executive Secretary, National Universities Commission in 2001, 23 years ago, we met what we call the minimum academic standards, MAS. And then there was a change by my immediate predecessor to benchmark standards. And then during my tenure, we merged this into benchmark minimum academic standards. But where in the literature will you have BMAS? Will you have such? So Baba Rashid, that's Professor Bakar Adamu Rashid, saw the need to move with the contemporary times, and then we had it now. We now have it as core curriculum and minimum academic standards, CC-MAS. CC-MAS is a future-fit document, which, if implemented to a high degree of fidelity, will significantly enhance the relevance of our graduates. It's often the case that we shout to high heavens the oil stain on our white dresses in education. Yet, success stories abound. Now, I should take this opportunity to congratulate the Executive Secretary and the team at UBEC, NTI, TRCN, NCCE, JAMB, MBTE, NUC, and TED Fund. I can see ES TED Fund, sir. I'd like you to also stand up. Where's our guy? ES TED Fund. He stepped out. Okay, that's fine. And the FME itself, for the innovations the sector has witnessed in the last 8 years. Malam Adamu fired a silent revolution, and Professor Tahir Maman and Honorable Dr. Tanko Yusuf Sununu are keeping the embers aglow. Please, sir, keep the embers aglow, continue to do dots, and I'm sure that in another 4 years, another few years, we'll not be where we are. We'll have moved several paces forward. So Nigeria in 2050. Now let me paint some scenarios that will confront us when we open our eyes in 2050. Then I'll do two things thereafter. One is to suggest how our educational system can be remodeled to ensure we survive in that world. And the other is to suggest how the Federal Civil Service can attain an upgrade, perhaps version 5.0. Because Olakpa is already getting ready to get to the next version. I don't know what version it is, but maybe it's version 3 point something, but it's version 5.0 to enable it perform optimally in the world of 2050. As I indicated, we have several documents which painted that picture, and I will encourage you to get Ambassador Chris Mayaki to get Stratcom to get that document out so that it can be available, so that the head of service or accreditation, our civil servants, indeed our public servants, can see what that world would be like. Because I'm constrained with time to get you to that world. But I've indicated what is painting. It's painting how will education, you walk into a classroom in 2050 in this Nigeria as a teacher, how will it look like? What will the learners, the students look like? At the basic education level, at the university level, what will it look like? We are modeling several scenarios now, which we call 21st century classrooms. TED Fund and a few others are supporting the establishment of 21st century classrooms in our universities. What are 21st century classrooms? These are classrooms that will simulate what the environment in 2050 will look like. If our Minister for Justice goes to Afebiola University in 2050, what will you see in 2050? We'll carve that scenario. And then how you, as the law professor, will respond. So that is a wonderful development that I think we'll need to see. What about transportation? How would transportation look like in this Abuja, in Lagos, in Kano, in Port Harcourt, everywhere? What about housing? So you get all those details in that, and that took you to the role of education in the actualization of that vision. This is where we'll turn to our 4 clusters, 4 of the 7 clusters, which are engaged while narrating the state of education in Nigeria. We take on policy, access, quality, and relevance. The national policy on education that we are currently using, 2024, will be inadequate for the delivery system of 2050. We need a new wine of 2050 in a new wine skin. We need a future-fit policy that will be the lodestone to guide all facets of delivery at the formal and non-formal levels, and which will place due accent on the use of technology and promote innovation. The teacher education component of the policy should be significantly upgraded to ensure that Nigerian teachers are prepared for 21st century classrooms with their unique characteristics. On access, all school-age children should be in school and offered quality education that is relevant to the socio-cultural context. The ugly garment or garb of high number of out-of-school children we need to shed long before 2050. On quality, 2 areas are of priority: quality of input and quality of process. Overlapping the 2 is quality assurance. The input into the educational system in 2050 will include learners, teachers, and other school personnel, facilities, the curriculum, and funding. Using the Nigerian phraseology, we must shine our eyes to ensure that all input elements do not fall below quality standards. This is where uncompromising quality assurance kicks in. The process dimension involving interactions in classrooms, laboratories, and teaching and learning in other settings will need to be intensely quality assured. What does this mean operationally? The quality assurance units of federal and state ministries of education, the regulatory agencies of NUC, MBT, NCC, and professional bodies will need to be strengthened to deliver on their mandate without the allure of filthy lucre. So we've taken some clusters of the theme of this lecture. Let's look at 21st century skills in the workplace and how we survive. Head of Service of the Federation, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'd like you to see, can you go, can you flip through to the, let's see. Oh, yeah, okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Please stay there. These are 21st century skills. I've explicated or annotated all of them in the paper that you can download shortly after this presentation. Creativity and problem solving. We want our civil servants, public servants to develop these skills. If you noticed, when you go to literature, Google, you are not going to find some other elements here that my research with my team has shown that they are important if the regular skills are to function. Because 21st century skills are some that I'm going to read out now, different from attitudes, different from values. So you have critical thinking and problem solving, creativity and innovation, collaboration and teamwork, digital literacy, flexibility and adaptability, social and cultural skills, leadership and accountability, local, national, and global awareness, entrepreneurship, systems thinking, environmental literacy, ethical and responsible use of technology, resilience and stress management, management of diversities. You don't find that in the literature as a 21st century skill, but found our own studies have shown that this is very important. Management of diversities and learning to live together. That's different from teamwork. Learning to live together. The last two are important. You can't find it anywhere in the literature. This is part of something we're inserting into here by way of attitudes and values. Love of country. And the last one, very important, that Dr. Folashade Yemi-Esan, head of service, scored A+. He scored A+ in that one. We'll call it A+. So as I said, I've annotated this in the period, but let me go to what is fear of God. Now go to, fear of God. What is fear of God? I've defined fear of God as you can see on the screen. But I will highlight two elements of fear of God. That if civil servants, so Professor Olakpa, our head of service, you're preparing our civil servants for the world of the 21st century. If you don't have this, especially the two elements that are highlighted in yellow, we are going nowhere. You can be 100% in creativity, in problem solving, and the rest. Look at these two. Love your neighbor as yourself. If you do not show love for your neighbor as yourself, then all these other things I have right up there will amount to naught. While I was at the Independence or University of Ibadan, I used to have, in 1970, I used to have a roommate. And he told me, look, when we want to share something, he will give more to himself than to me. I said, why? Only why? He said, well, the Bible says, love your neighbor as yourself, not more than yourself. So, but you see, if we love our neighbors more than ourselves, it is still good. But that tenet is extremely important. Love your neighbor as yourself. And the other, do unto others as you want others do unto you. Let's go on. Now, go on to that cartoon. Okay, these are 21st century skills. And during this cartoon, I found somebody say, are these skills not too many? Of course, there are many, but they are important. And somebody saying, oh, thank God, I will have long retired before 2050. So I don't need to get. But we're saying, let's join hands with President Tinubu and other governments. We must join hands with government to ensure that our children are prepared for such exciting world of 2050. Now, what are the challenges that are looming? Current and looming global challenges. Now, the global challenges, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, are numerous, and they are usually clustered. Since we are mostly civil servants in the hall, each of the 35 federal ministries, maybe more, and each state ministry, covering a wide range of sectors as one or two of the global challenges to contend with. Let me provide a short list of these global challenges. Can the next slide come on, please? Yeah. So you have climate change and environmental sustainability, public health crisis. Now cholera is ravaging. We're at COVID-19. Variants of it is still here and there. Economic globalization and trade, AI impact and cyber security threats, migration and population growth, global security and terrorism, energy security, food security and agriculture, global governance and multilateralism, disintegration of family values, this is getting out of hand, human rights and social justice, water scarcity, management, education, and skill development. The last among the challenges selected for mention in this lecture is artificial intelligence and cybersecurity threat. Artificial intelligence, or AI, has come to stay, and its kingdom will expand in the coming decades. There is a worry that it will lead to significant job loss. This is because AI can automate routine and administrative tasks that were traditionally performed by public servants, leading to job displacement and redundancy. Tasks such as data entry, record keeping, and basic decision-making processes can be handled efficiently by artificial intelligence systems, reducing the need for human intervention. Yet, ladies and gentlemen, we should be assured that new opportunities will arise and public servants will need to engage in continuous learning to keep us with the latest technologies and methodologies so that we will outsmart what AI is trying to do for us. The use of AI systems can introduce new cybersecurity vulnerabilities. AI applications can be targeted by cyber attacks such as data poisoning, adversarial attacks, and exploitation of algorithmic weaknesses, potentially compromising sensitive public data. Public servants should not become overly dependent on AI systems for decision-making, potentially leading to a reduction in critical thinking that we said is important for the 21st century and problem-solving skills. This dependency can be problematic if AI systems fail or provide incorrect information. Education and equality of public service officers in the public service. That's my next section. Professor Olakpa has spoken very well about this. I have quite a number of pages of it, which I'm going to skip. Just get you the subjects, knowledge and expertise, critical thinking and problem solving, ethical standards and professionalism, communication skills, adaptability and lifelong learning, leadership, and skills that we do not need to depend too much on consultants. You see, that gladdens my heart tremendously. So you now have a spectrum from no dependency to 100% dependency. And so what you are doing is trying to go down that scale. And if that trajectory is pursued in the years ahead, I said we have the best civil service in Africa. That's what I said, madam. If we now move to zero and we do all of these things that have been suggested in this document and by Professor Olakpa, we'll be the best. Where do we take it? The world? Which one do you want? The world, eh? Okay. The head of service has said it. We'll be the best in the world. So help us God. So what are the reforms that are needed in education to prepare Nigerian public servants to address global challenges? If several things are in short supply in Nigeria, one of them will not be a listing of reforms that are needed in education to accelerate development. The wait for it, 40,000 undergraduate and postgraduate project reports in our faculties of education submitted over the in local and international journals and books. The numerous resolutions and communiques of local and national conferences on education. Professor Olakpa has organized so many of them. You know, Baba Olakpa was in education. He was in IT. The man is loaded. Okay, you are loaded. Yeah, so He organized several of these conferences, national conference. And we do communicate, plenty. His house is full of such communiques. The Federal Ministry of Education is also dense with similar recommendations. Now let's add the reports from UN agencies, such as UNESCO, UNDP, UNICEF, and development partners like the World Bank, DFID, FCDO, GPE, JICA, AFDB, EU, WFP, CEDA, Action Aid, and Plan International, and the basket of recommendations, the basket on educational reforms, is found to overflow. Our studies have shown that over 80% of the recommendations are repeats from the past 40 years. A little while ago, about 8 years ago, I ran into a friend who said, they're going to have a national conference in Calabar, and he wants me to deliver the keynote address. I said, I'm sorry, I may not be able to come. He said, why? That they are able to change the dates. I said, no. Because I know what you're going to come up with. I know what your resolutions will be like. He said, no, are you a wizard, professor? I said, no, I'm not a wizard. So what I did, because 2 weeks before, I had asked a team of my researchers to, bring anything, bring all resolutions about education, all the communiques, and we aggregated them. And we sieved out the commonalities. And we found that year in, year out, now the same thing with the talk. So I then wrote to him, the conference was to be in about a month. So I sent him the communique of his conference. So when they finished, about 6 weeks later, he ran to me and said, Professor, you must be a wizard. I said, no, I'm not a wizard. He said, because all the things that they said, now the same thing they wrote. So we have an overload of such. Now the modal in statistics is the most frequently occurring recommendations are, listen, government should improve funding for education. Government should reform teacher education. Government should better resource schools. Government should expand access to education. Government should improve teacher welfare. And government should review curricula at all levels to improve relevance. It's always government should. Government should. Sight is lost that education is not only the business of government, but an all-stakeholder affair. What are the roles of parents, of the private sector, of teachers, of religious organizations, of labor unions, of learners, of school heads, at all levels, and of the development partners and other stakeholders? Happily, very happily, the Federal Ministry of Education Roadmap 2024-2027, developed under the leadership of Professor Tahir Mamman, the Honorable Minister of Education, along with his colleague, the Honorable Minister of State for Education, Honorable Dr. Danko Yusuf Sununu. Within the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has spotlighted roles for a multiplicity of stakeholders, other than government. It is my prayer. My prayers are with you, Honorable Minister, that the reform agenda will be implemented at least 80% as approved by the Federal Executive Council. At the end of service, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, from this forest of calls for reforms, let me pick out a few trees worthy of consideration in this lecture. My gaze will turn to 5: teacher quality and welfare, curriculum relevance and curriculum delivery, resourcing of schools, and getting the large number of out-of-school children into school. Oh, you are anticipating that I will put funding first. I've not done so since all the 5 trees will require funds as nutrients to ensure healthy growth. From our primary schools to our universities, teacher shortage is prevalent. There are two major factors conspiring to make this happen. Teachers are underpaid for services rendered, hence not an attractive profession to enroll. My boss, Professor Isha Koloide, there with his latest statistics, will tell you that go check the 2024 application to do the UTME, and then you find that at the bottom of the list, you find agriculture, you find education. Second, schools, even in the face of oversupply of such teachers in the states. Aside from quantity inadequacy, quality is not also impressive. The low level of content knowledge and pedagogic content knowledge of many teachers, especially at the primary and secondary levels, is contraindicated in producing quality foundation for our learners. The short part of a long story is that we need reforms in the curriculum, in curriculum delivery, technology utilization, indeed, all areas of education. In areas where reforms are ongoing, let us see such reforms to logical conclusion and provide funding to support their fruition and sustainability. Just like Professor Olawapa said, reform will move up. When another government comes, the thing will go down the slope. So that, I think, we need to avoid. So as I close, let me tell you what the stakeholders that are surveyed suggested as ways for preparing civil, and I put in parentheses, public servants for this 21st century. Now, the respondents offer their level of agreement with 15 recommendations, and I will gallop through this on account of time. So can you share the slides? Please go. No, before this. No, before this. No, before this. Much before. Yeah. Keep going. I'll be very fast here. So, that's it. Go to the next one. No. Go to the next one. Yeah. So these stakeholders, 1321 of them, reported or told us that they strongly agree or disagree or strongly disagree with the following things that must be done in the Federal Civil Service. Adoption of technology and digital transformation for us to develop and implement comprehensive e-government platforms to facilitate online services, reduce bureaucracy, and enhance transparency. You can see how this graph is positioned. You have strongly agreed, you have agreed. You can see a large proportion of close to 100%, agreed or strongly agreed that technology for the future is the way to go. As I go through this, I'm hoping that the head of service will make a note that that's what we are hearing from outside the service and some from within, and may wish to use this data as we improve. Yes, next one. Automation and AI. Please go on. Cybersecurity, invest in robust cybersecurity measures to protect sensitive data and ensure the integrity of the digital operations. 70%, go on. Capacity building and training, well, this is spot on. That's what we've been doing, and that's what we'll continue to do. The head of service mentioned about e-learning. I'm so delighted that that's going to be on. Madam, I'd like to let you know that years back, I was asked to set up this e-learning program for the Federal Service, which I did. Professor Oladapo Afolabi was the head of service. I did. And we set it up, we trained quite a number of Federal civil servants. So I'd be glad to look at what we're going to launch now. If we have some little insight, we can support you with. So the capacity building and training, implement ongoing training programs for civil servants to keep them updated with modern practices, technology, and governance models. Yes, go on. leadership development, we mentioned it. You just take a look at that graph. We put it strongly agree and agree on the left side of it. You can see many of the, or most, minimum of 90% are agreeing that these are the things that we need to do as we prepare civil servants for the 21st century. Go on. Specialized training, yes, next. 96%. Performance management and accountability, establish clear, measurable performance metrics for civil servants and departments to ensure accountability and efficiency. You have this, but you need to fine-tune it because nothing is static, dynamic. New skills, new knowledge will be needed, and the metrics, the measurements themselves will keep improving, so we need to also keep improving, moving with the times. Next, regular assessments. Next, incentive systems. Develop incentive systems that will reward high performance and innovation while addressing underperformance. Yes, next one. Institutional reforms and policy frameworks. Professor Lokpa has mentioned this extensively. Go on. Policy reforms, mentioned that again. Next, we're almost there. 12 or 15. Research and development. That's extremely important. You know, as you plod along, you need to see what is research. There's frontier of knowledge. Frontier of knowledge is where the workers are at the moment. So the other area is dark. I always, when I teach my students about research, I always exemplify it with a torchlight in a dark room. So you take a torchlight with a pen, like the torchlight of your phone, the whole place is dark. And you shine the torch, the area where that light is the area of the known. The other, huge, is unknown. So what research tries to do is that frontier, that area that is lit, to be expanding it. If research is not given accent, they will just be living in a world of darkness. So that's why I think investing in research and development to ensure future trends, challenges, and opportunities will be helpful. Next, collaboration with academia. You're already doing this, and good enough, you are trying to win yourself. Not completely win, because the job of the civil servant is the job of the civil servant. The academia is there. Grow knowledge and share such knowledge with town. So you need to continue that collaboration. Next one, infrastructure and resource management. Next, the last one, ethical standards and anti-corruption measures. Recall that we mentioned corruption. So while the service will enforce this code, the nation should also enforce the code. And I'm happy that Minister of Justice is doing excellently well. Congratulations, sir, for what you are doing about anti-corruption in Nigeria. I thought we will applaud him and pray that God will back him up, because there are some powerful satanic forces that are ready to do battle. But God will give you victory, sir. Give Nigeria victory. So as I conclude, Your Excellencies, the head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in this lecture, we telescoped into the future and examine how Nigeria's public servants can be prepared to address the challenges of the 21st century, setting a milestone at 2050. We identified the skills, attitudes, and values that will be needed and the role that education can play. The Federal Civil Service should sustain its ongoing projects on building and strengthening the capacity of officers. This includes the structural mandatory assessment, basic training program, leadership enhancement and development program, and public-private initiatives such as the Hague Foundation Public Leaders Program. We look forward to more initiatives that will further strengthen the service. As we prepare for the future, there's an urgent, very urgent need to expose all staff in the Federal Civil Service to basic knowledge and skills in artificial intelligence. Basic one. This can be done through e-learning. Good enough, man, you're launching this e-learning thing. It can be done through e-learning. About a month ago, the higher education system, universities, polytechnics, colleges of education, through the Virtual Institute for Capacity Building in Higher Education by the National Universities Commission, Ambassador Chris Mayaki, by the National Open University of Nigeria. That's the largest university in the whole of Africa, National Open University of Nigeria. Now, I was the person who read the citation made a few errors in it. I was the chair of council of that university. The next to us in terms of enrollment is the University of South Africa, UNISA. UNISA enrolls about 300-something thousand. The National Open University of Nigeria now, I know before we left office, we were close to the 1 million mark. And several and something thousand. And I told the minister by the time we were being inaugurated some time back that we're going to hit the 1 million mark. And in terms of quality, oh, I tell you, it's really great. So we have the National Universities Commission, National Open University of Nigeria, and Association of Nigeria University run the Virtual Institute for Capacity Building in Higher Education in Africa, VIGBE. I serve as the Facilitator General, Director, and Facilitator General for that institute. About a month ago, the polytechnics, the colleges of education, and the universities benefited from a training on artificial intelligence, which are facilitated with a group of experts for 13 weeks. The 931 participants included vice chancellors, we trained our vice chancellors, rectors of polytechnics, provosts of colleges of education, deputy vice chancellors, directors of academic planning, directors of ICT, deans of faculty, heads of department. In the next 9 months, I assure you, not less than half of the staff of our higher education institutions will have knowledge and skills about the ABC of artificial intelligence. It will be a pleasure to replicate this training with staff of the Federal Civil Service. At this point, let me salute two heroes that brought impactful reforms to the education sector. These are Professor Ishaq Oloyede, Registrar of JAMB, and Professor Abubakar Adamu Rashid, former Executive Secretary of the National Universities Commission. Lastly, it is with great honor and deep respect that I salute an extraordinary leader, a distinguished civil servant, and a beacon of integrity and dedication, Dr. Olashade Yemi Eson. As she approaches a well-deserved retirement, from my usually reliable sources, I'm told that in a couple of months that may happen. Dr. Eson's journey through the corridors of public service has been nothing but inspirational. Distinguished Senator, please, look, let Madam hear this one. Yes. Her tenure as the head of the Federal Civil Service of Nigeria has been marked by transformative leadership, unwavering commitment, and a relentless pursuit of excellence. She has navigated the complexities of public administration with grace, with wisdom, and unyielding dedication to the betterment of our nation. Under her stewardship, we witnessed significant reforms. Professor Laukpa mentioned it, distinguished senator and chair of Senate Committee on the Civil Service mentioned it, that have strengthened the fabric of our civil service. Her visionary approach has fostered a culture of transparency, accountability, and efficiency. Dr. Esson has championed initiatives that have empowered countless civil servants, encouraging a new generation of public servants to rise and contribute to the nation's progress. Her legacy is not just in the policies she has shaped or the systems she has reformed, but in the lives she has touched, the careers she has nurtured, and the high standards of service she has instilled in all of us. Dr. Esson's leadership has been a lighthouse guiding us through challenges and illuminating the path towards a brighter future. As I close this lecture, let us celebrate not just the remarkable career of Dr. Yemi Esson, but also the enduring impact of her service. Dr. Yemi Esson, thank you for your exceptional service, your unwavering dedication, and your inspiring leadership. Can that certificate come up again? The year 2000, UNESCO set up the Global University Network for Innovation. I serve as the president of the Africa Network, Global University Network for Innovation. Resolved. My vice chancellor, another vice chancellors will say, okay, now, government has said don't recruit. You go to the civil service so that you get your staff, the new staff get captured in IPS. And they went. So I surveyed them, and the feedback I got for the vice chancellors, very, very heartwarming. They say, you're a good woman, madam. So we are giving you this certificate of exemplary performance, which we proudly present to you, Dr. Folashade Yemi Esson, CFR, in recognition of your outstanding exemplary performance as the head of the civil service of the Federation of Nigeria. You have demonstrated exceptional leadership, dedication, and commitment to excellence in the execution of your duties, which impacted directly and indirectly the university system in Nigeria. Your tireless efforts have significantly contributed to development and effective management of the civil service, fostering an environment of innovation, sustainability, and professionalism. So in recognition, I'm leaving out a few others that on the matter of question of time. In recognition of your invaluable contributions and exemplary service, we hereby award this certificate of exemplary service to you, exemplary performance to you. Today, 20th day of June, 2024, signed by the president of the Global University Network for Innovation. Can you step forward, man, to receive this award? I need to ask madam, you got to come up here. No, ma'am, you can pass here. Yeah, I'd like to ask the chairman of the Federal Civil Service Commission and the distinguished senator, sir. You need to come to join, madam. Yes, okay, that's fine. So it's a distinguished honor, this regional award, madam. Please step here. Yes, it was meant to be. Yeah. Please come, sir. No, please. Yeah, so it's my pleasure on behalf of the Global University Network for Innovation to present this. I'm missing out my minister. No, hold on. Minister, you got to be here. This is education matter, sir. Thank you. My pleasure to present this to you. Certificate of excellent performance, and we wish you all the very best now and in the future. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, ma'am. I shake on, sir.
Prof,
yes, sir.
you said 40 minutes.
Oh, yes.
We are over 1 hour.
No.
As usual. Great.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Yeah, thank you for your attention, and please be seated.
Thank you very much, Professor Peter Okebukola. I'm not surprised that our keynote speaker, Professor Peter Okebukola, described our delectable quintessential Queen Mother as a beacon of intelligence. She is indeed an exceptional Amazon, whose crown of wealth is adorned with integrity and hard work. Ma, we celebrate you. Congratulations.
Once again, we want to acknowledge the presenter, eminent emeritus Professor Akinshola Peter Okebukola, for that wonderful lecture. Please, let's give him a round of applause again. He deserves that. Thank you so much. Of course, today, this lecture becomes another great material for the review of the Federal Civil Service Strategies and Implementation Plan, a plan that has taken the civil service to another wonderful level. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. We are grateful for the efforts. We appreciate you. Shortly, we will be taking questions, comments, and observations arising from the presentation made by our emeritus Professor Peter Okebukola. But before we do that, we would like to acknowledge the presence of some of our stakeholders who have been very, very supportive to ensure the success of today's program.
We'd like to quickly recognize the representative of the chairman of EFCC, is Mr. Femi Peter Barufo. Thank you very much for being here. We'd like to recognize the presence of the Honorable Federal Commissioner for Bayelsa, Delta, and Rivers States, Mr. Rufus Godwin. We'd like to recognize the presence of the Honorable Federal Commissioner representing Oyo and Osun, Dr. Festus Boyega Oyebade. We'd also like to recognize the presence of the President of the NLC, Comrade Joe Ajero. You're welcome, sir. We'd like to recognize the presence of the Executive Vice Chairman of the Nigerian Communications Commission, Dr. Aminu Meida, represented by the Director, Human Capital Department, Hajia Hafsat Lawal. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Funke. And then, of course, just as we go ahead to acknowledge the suggestions, what Emeritus Prof described as stakeholders' suggestion for preparing civil and public servants for the 21st century. This definitely will be very, very useful to further strengthen the civil service of our country. Thank you so much. And so we go ahead to take questions. I'm sure we have noted down our questions, comments. This is the time to take those. So we will be taking two questions from our distinguished audience following the presentation made by Emeritus Professor Peter Okebukola. Two questions. Do we have? Oh, yes, sir. Professor Tunji Olaopasa, you have the floor, sir.
I think the head of service and my chair, Senate and House of Reps, This is an important conversation between the civil service and the education sector. And I like to congratulate Professor Kebukola for doing a great job with this lecture. But I just want to say that in thinking and taking forward capacity development in the civil service towards deepening competency framework for running the business of government, there is a tradition that we inherited that seems to be disappearing, and we need to reinvent. Chivadebo called it a framework of turn and gown in capacity development. And the framework that was set up to about 75 was built around the British model. Now, after 1855, when the British instituted merit by creating the Civil Service Commission, the Oxford and Cambridge University started what they called PPE, Master's Program. It's called Philosophy, Politics, and Economics. It's targeted at building relevant skills. And what happened at that time was that the university took it as a responsibility by building required skill for public managers in the public service. And when we got independent, our founders, our founding fathers, also negotiated with the university to start what you call the Institute of Administration in ABU, Ife, and Nsukka. Then thereafter, after the 60s, the need to build bureaucratic skill led in UK to the strengthening of RIPA, Royal Institute of Public Administration, Civil Service College, and now what is called the School of Government. On that score, based on the Dojo report, we also started ASCON, later CMD, and later PSIN. But what I'm seeing is happening now is that the contribution of education, which is still extant in the British and some public administration around the world, including China, is being lost. Replacement by substitution. Our training institutions should not be going too theoretical. They should remain within their remit. But that conversation with education through the universities, even polytechnics and all, to build public managers pre-entry, and for those who want to top up with deep capacity to contribute to the frontiers of development in public administration through executive MPAs and even doctorate programs should be a deliberate policy conversation to retain the framework for turn and gown. And I thought there is no appropriate time, as we discuss education that is fit for the 21st century, to challenge the Office of Head of Service and the Federal Minister of Education to get back to this first principle and make sure that framework is reinvented. Thank you.
Please, we'll take just one more comment, and please limit your comment to just a minute. We are running behind schedule. Thank you very much. The mic is there.
Thank you very much. Actually like to appreciate the presenter, that means the guest lecturer. My name is Adamu Zaharaddin. Senior Instructor, FCT Education. So definitely here, the lecture is on education. Given the theme here in terms of, definition, the definition of education, the definition of education, skills, attitudes, and the values. So definitely when you look at it here, the lecture cover an important thing, which means that it's rich in terms of content. So definitely I'm appreciating of that here, given the quality of, considering or determining the officer in recruitment in the public service. What do you mean by the standards and professionalism in considering for an officer in the recruitment of the service? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your question. We would like to respectfully ask the professor to please respond.
Yes, Professor, you may want to respond to.
I agree 100% with Professor Olakwa. Of course, I cannot disagree with you, Professor Olakwa. What Professor Olakwa has said is this. We have the universities like this, and we have institutions set up to service the civil service here. That years back, everybody facing the mandates, and then there's cross-culture of ideas, interactions, operations that will help to strengthen the civil service. The universities will learn case studies from the civil service and all of that. He said we should see how we can work towards having that model. Professor Lokpa, look, the head of service is sitting next to you, so she has heard. So what it concern me with that? So she was said that, when somebody is say, oh, do you know why did Professor Lokpa say this or do this? So you tell him, are you quarreling with Professor Lokpa? He said, no, I have his phone number. Phone the man directly. So talking seriously, very good suggestion, which I'm sure universities. Ambassador Chris, are you still there? Or he's left? The NUC, the polytechnics, the College of Education, I'm sure will be ready to work on that synergy. The last question, I'm not too sure I got the hint of it. So I think it was saying that I think what we'll do, I will see him after this lecture. Because I'm not too sure I got the gist. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your response. I'd like to quickly recognize the presence of our landlord, the FCT, Honorable Minister of FCT, Barrister Yesum Wike, who is ably represented here by the Permanent Secretary, Common Services, FCT, Mrs. Olubumi Olowo-Okere. You're welcome, ma.
Once again, we want to appreciate Emeritus Professor for the wonderful lecture. Of course, Prof has highlighted the skills required for public servants to be fit for the challenges of the 21st century. We will ensure that this material is also made available on the website of the Head of Service of the Federation, so that we can all have access to these and then further get more information from the public lecture delivered by Professor Akinshola Okebukola. Please, let's go ahead and give Professor Okebukola a round of applause for the wonderful delivery of that lecture. Thank you so much. We will go ahead to the next item on the agenda.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite to the microphone representative of ICAM Global Services Nigeria Limited, Mr. Amu Ogboide, to please do a presentation on the civil service e-learning platform. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you very much.
Your Excellencies, I'll permit me to please stand on all existing protocols because of time. I want to recognize our digital madam. So as the professor was speaking, something occurred to me. I've studied the public sector for a while, for about 15 years, and there's something that is very unique. You find a lot of people that have a lot of knowledge and experience, like you were alluding to, but in the recent years, a lot of them are retiring, and they're going away with such knowledge. And another new breed of public servants are coming up. So for us, one of the things we started looking at was, how do you use e-learning and digitalization to take a typical PAMSEC or director that has done 30 years of knowledge, you bring him to a studio, and he downloads that knowledge into digital format. Then you make that knowledge available on a platform. Long after he's gone, people can keep learning from him. You know what I mean, yes. So similar to what you have with Netflix, that movies of the 1980s are still being watched today. So ladies and gentlemen, I represent ICAM. My name is Amu Ogbeide, and I'm here to present a platform that was built for our madam. The mandate was very clear. Go and build capacity, no limits, no excuses again. Let our civil servants have a platform they can learn continuously. And we've been working on that behind the scene. So the platform is ready, madam. I'm happy to inform you. Your platform is ready. There's a stand outside, so as soon as you finish, I think we should celebrate that, yes. The mandate was very clear. So that's what you see on the screen. So if you can just go back up, let's start from the very beginning. So the website is fedcsacademy.com.ng. So when you're welcome, there are buttons for you to just click, and you can register, and you can start learning almost immediately. If you scroll just slowly, so this is a message from our madam welcoming us to the platform. You read that, then you scroll, and by the partners, we're going to have a lot more partners. The various ministries that will join us will put their logos on the platform. Then let me talk a little bit about the content. You know, when you start the platform, if you know some platforms, the global ones like Udemy, that have 20,000 courses, they started with 3 or 2 or 1. So we are starting with about 5. But the biggest part of e-learning is content. And like our madam has mandated us, in the coming weeks and months, we are going to be bringing out a lot of content. We're going to reach out to some of you sitting here. Come and tell us what you know. Our studio is not far from here. You come, you record, you put it out there. And the content are going to be in various formats. You're going to have content in video format. You're going to have content in animation. You know, so when something is very complex, you use infographics to design it, and people can watch and click a button and it explains it better. For those who like to listen, there are going to be content in audio format. So you're going to have lectures in audio. You're driving your car, you listen to that. You're going to have content in ebook format where you can read for those who want to read. So contents are going to be in different formats. And as we continue to develop those content, we'll make them available on the platform. So for every civil servant on this platform, there will be no limit. Once you register, you see 5 today. You come back in month's time, you probably see another 5 content. Come back the next month, you see another 6. Courses we are finding on the platform. Madam, we also took the values of the head of service and we created an animation for it. So these are some of the things, the HR manuals, IT policies, the various manuals of the service, we will make them into digital format. If you can scroll now. So that's the courses section. All right, what you get will be, all of that will be on the platform, and that's fine. You just keep going. So our various instructors, we're going to be inviting like our emeritus professor here. He's going to come to the studio also. So we'll have a list of instructors on the platform. Then every month we'll feature a course that we think every civil servant should know. So for today, we are featuring a course by a lady called Lola Oduba. She teaches, she worked in NTA, she worked in the media for a long time. So she's retired now. So she came to the studio and she's teaching how to master confident presentations. So she did a short course, a very beautiful course. All right, so that's the featured course for this month. If you scroll continuously, so you keep seeing all the various information we want. Then if you want to register as an instructor, you want to teach, you are retired and you have nothing much to do at home, and the knowledge that you have is weighing you down, just give us a call. We'll come meet you. We'll sit with you, design a curriculum with you, work with your content for you, bring you to the studio, you cross your leg, we give you water, we give you some bar of chocolate if your energy is dropping, and you continue. All right, please go to the next tab. All right, so this is now the courses page. You just keep seeing all the courses. There's business writing, mastering, mindset mastery. It was done by somebody called Coach Naomi Osemedwa, one of Nigeria's renowned international coaches. She's teaching you on how to master your mind. Very important. Scroll a bit. If you can scroll, please, yes. Then we have courses that are coming soon. For example, the 10 core values of the civil service is coming soon. That will be released by next week. They are just finalizing the videos and all. All right, please go to the next tab. Okay, so this is how a course landing page looks like, right? So if it will tell you about the course, you scroll, you watch a short trailer. You know, when you're watching a movie, there is a trailer to the movie. So you'll see a short trailer. Because of time, I won't be able to play, but please just scroll up a bit. By the way, this is a live system I'm demoing to you right now. What's included, how many videos you are going to watch, you get a certificate, what category, is it a basic course or intermediate, it will be shown there. The name of the instructor will be there also. Then if you keep scrolling, what you will get, then the various modules, this is before you register, you're just saying the course. And by the way, this is international standard, the kind you find in Harvard and anywhere in the world. Nigeria has gone digital. You know, when we do something in Nigeria, we do it better than every other person. They start it, but we beat them to it, right? All right, so the course content, starting with why, so it breaks down all the various modules. Please just scroll up a little bit here. Introduction to mindset, so you watch all of that. Then please scroll all the way to the end, yeah. Then you read about the professor or the instructor or whoever developed the content. Yeah, that's fine. All right. That's brilliant. Then please go to the next tab. Okay, now this is now your dashboard. Once you create your account, you will land in the dashboard. It tells you how many courses you have, how many hours you have studied, how many posts you have made. There is a community. You know, digital learning has gone very interesting. So now I can chat with my professor. If I don't understand something, I go to the community and I say, hello, module 1, I don't understand it. Other students will respond to me. Then whenever the professor has time, maybe a week later, he comes in, he looks at all the content, all the comments, and he begins to respond to us one by one. So it tells you how many posts you have made, how many certificates you have earned. So this is my dashboard. Please go to the next one. I have just 2 more minutes to go, right? So this is now a typical video you will watch. If you play this now, it's going to play and go to the next. Please click on that green arrow by the side. No, go back there. That green arrow, yes. So if I open that, I'll see all the other learners that are learning with me. Then click on the discussion part. This is where you can chat with your fellow learners. You know, people used to say that e-learning is no longer physical, but we don't have a choice. We must do e-learning. But e-learning has become an opportunity for you to have what they call social learning. I'm learning, but I'm also socializing at the same time. And I'm proud to say that that's what Nigeria is launching for our civil servants. Very beautiful. And finally, the last tab. Now, the last one, please, yes. So we also have blog section. So there are going to be lots of blogs and articles I'll be writing. We're going to invite a lot of you sitting here, come and write articles. All those academic papers you've written, we can publish some of them here. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say a special thank you to our madam. It's a vision we've always dreamed about, a vision of Nigerian civil service that will be very productive. And there's no way you can be productive without learning. and we're going to keep sending people for their various training. We're not stopping physical training and traveling. Most people think that no, we're not going to stop that at all. Instead, imagine you go to Dubai for a training, you go to Lagos, you go to Uyo, you do like 3 of such travels in a year. But imagine having a platform where you can learn 10 more courses at your own pace. You close by 4, you get home, you have nothing doing, you go take a course on photography, take a course on risk management. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, we're going to have a civil service that is very, very educated and empowered. Ladies and gentlemen, I beg to take my leave now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ubeide.
What would be different if you were not born? Have you ever thought about this? If you were not born, what would be different in the world? Why is one person successful in building their political career and another person is struggling to have a voice? Why is one person full of faith and confidence and another unhappy? Who are you? Yes, I'm back again with the questions. Who are you? If I took away your titles, who are you? What kind of person are you? What is your essence? What is the unique flavor you bring to this world? What is that one word people can use to describe you when you are not in the room? Because when you're not in the room, they will not describe you as an engineer or a mother. There's something about your life that they will use to describe you. Let's be honest. If you do not master yourself, you can't master anything. It doesn't matter what you want to do, even if you want to be the president someday. There is a certain level of self-mastery that is needed for you to achieve that which you desire to achieve. I was introduced to a mindset mastery practice that changed my life, and I decided to save the best for last. My name is Naomi Osemedua, and in the beginning, it was not so.
Thank you very much, Mr. Omu Agbeide, and a very big thank you to a silent achiever, an obstacle bulldozer, and a forward-thinking leader, the head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Dr. Folashade Yemi-Eson, CFR, and her team of transformative permanent secretaries. Civil servants can now go on short courses and add value to their job skills. We now get soft skills to enhance our jobs. Thank you very much, Ma. On that note, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to respectfully invite the Deputy Director, Civil Service Reforms Coordination, under the Office of Service Policies and Strategies, in the Office of the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Mrs. G.C. Azoro, for the essay competition brief.
Oh, sorry. Easy, man.
Good afternoon, my digital head of service, Dr. Folashade Yemi-Eson. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to stand on the existing protocol instead of wasting the time of everyone. Thank you very much for coming here. I would like to talk on the preamble of the report on the essay competition held on Thursday, 13 June 2024 in commemoration of the Civil Service Week. I'm not going through all, I'll just do the summary. We already know the theme for this year's Civil Service Week commemoration: Educate an African Fit for the 21st Century, Building Resilient Education Systems for Increased Access to Inclusive, Long Life, Quality and Relevant Learning in Africa. There are a few things that happened before we got 6 awardees from the people that registered online. First of all, we have 2 categories. Category A is the salary grade level 13 to 15 officers, while the category B is salary grade level 7 to 12. And then the people that registered, the number of registered candidates were 459. Out of this number, we have 384 that were cleared, 65 duplicated registration, Why 2 candidates had invalid IPs number? 2 candidates had already retired from service. Why 4 candidates had wrong IPs number? Then, out of the 384 candidates that were cleared, 146 candidates were for category A, comprising the 13 to 15 grade level officers. 238 candidates were for category B, comprising grade level 7 to 12. The conduct of the online essay examination. The online examination was held on the 13th of June 2024. The technical team adopted online essay examination to key into the digitalization process of the civil service. Because of the digital head of service we have, we are operating almost all the things online. For instance, you may not have gotten the program of event of today. We have a way of snapping the QR code and you have it instead of wasting the paper and time and all that. Please, let's clap for our digital head of service who has made this possible. Thank you. I'll move forward. I'm not going to read all. Marking of results. We have members from the ASCON, Administrative Staff College of Nigeria, PSIN, Public Service Institute of Nigeria, AIG, Imokode Foundation, and then members of the Office of the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation. They were the people, the group, a group that marked these results, these papers, and got credible results of 6 persons. We have category A. What they looked at: first, the introduction, content, flow, then examples and conclusion. Then under the grading, introduction, 2 marks, body of essay, conclusion. Then category B, they have all the same. Then at the end of marking the scripts, the following grade level officers came first, second, third. We have grade level 15 under the senior category, that is category A, grade level 15 officer, 13 second, and 13 officer, grade level 13 officer, third. Then under the category of B, grade level 7 to 12, we have an officer on grade level 12 that came first, grade level 12, second, and grade level 10 that came third. Observations. The panel observed that there is inadequate computer skills. So they need training. For instance, the training we have, online training, is very easy to get through and then be trained in computer skills. Another observation, inadequate understanding of the topic. So many did not meet the expectations, especially those on salary grade level 13 to 15. 3, poor essay writing skills. The recommendations. Based on the observations, it is recommended that 1, capacity building on computer skill should be organized for officers on salary grade level 7 and above. Then 2, there should be capacity building on critical thinking, problem solving, skill writing, and decision making for officers on grade level 7 to 11. I'm not going to call the officers that have gotten this award, and I would like to crave the indulgence of the Honorable Minister of Housing and Urban Development, AK Ahmed Dangiwa, to please come when I call the award winners. Number 1 is Asi Uloka Eukaria Nena from the Ministry of Education. Wow. Ministry of Education. Wow. That's great. A round of applause for her. She's on grade level 15. That's an assistant director. Where is Mrs. Nena? I hope she's here. Oh, she's here. My friend. Good. You're welcome. Please come and receive your award.
On behalf of the Head of Civil Servants of the Federation, I hereby present the prize on the senior category for the first prize to you on behalf of the Federal Civil Service, Head of Civil Service. Thank you. This is a prize of 150,000 naira check to you. 450,000 naira check. Thank you. Value. Congratulations.
So we move to the next officer. Is on grade level 13. Omotosho Bukola Rachel, Education Officer from the Federal Ministry of Education. Wow! Please, a round of applause for this person. Where is Bukola? You are welcome. This is education people. Now, wow. This year is their topic, so they did well. You have done us proud.
Thank you. On behalf of the Head of Civil Service of the Federation, I hereby present the second award to you, Omotosho, for being the second on this category for 350,000 naira check. Congrats.
The third person is Miriam Usman from the Federal Ministry of Health. She is a pharmacist.
Again, on behalf of the Head of Civil Service of the Federation, you came third, and this is the prize of 250,000 naira to Maria. Congratulations. Thank you.
They're all women. Let's clap for them. They are all women. Please clap for them. Gender. Please clap, clap, clap. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Let's clap for our Honorable Minister. So I would like to crave your indulgence, sir, the Honorable Minister of Education, Professor Tahiru Maman, to come and make the presentation for the junior awardees. Thank you, sir. Welcome, sir. Okay, I will begin by calling the third winner. That is Ejere Ifeanyi David from the Ministry of Labor and Productive and Employment Professional on salary grade level 10. Please come up, Ejere Ifeanyi David. I hope he's here. He's not here. Okay. Is there anybody from the Ministry of Labor and Employment? Please come and pick for him. You know him? Please don't carry it. You send it to him.
The check is too big.
Okay. Okay. You will keep for him. Okay. It's okay. Thank you. Okay. So the next is the second person, Mr. Fagbemi Idowu Adeshola from the Ministry of Transportation, an administrative officer on the salary grade level 12. It's okay, she's here. Please, a round of applause for her. You're welcome. The fourth woman.
Congratulations. On behalf of Amazon, the digital leader, transformative head of service. Am I missing out so many names? Congratulations for winning this award. Thank you. 200,000 naira. Yeah.
Okay, so we go to the first person, Ohagim Salem Odichukuma, Legal Aid Counsel, and Accountant. That's the winner of the first under the junior category. You're welcome. He's a man.
Congratulations for representing us well. I was wondering whether the head of service was overtraining the ladies. Now you are welcome on board. Thank you and congratulations. 400,000 naira. Yeah, great.
That's all. Thank you, sir.
Group photograph.
Group photograph. Okay. Okay, please come. Those that are the winners, please come and have good photograph.
Our head of service of the Federation, yes, the group photograph with the winners. Sir, yes, sir, you're welcome, sir. The Chairman, Federal Civil Service Commission, Professor Olaopa, sir, kindly join the. Thank you, sir. Congratulations once again to all the winners. Yes, our emeritus professor, Professor Peter Okebukola, sir, please, sir. You're also required to, and the representative of the secretary to the government of the Federation, sir. Welcome, sir.
Mr. Shaibu, wait. Let them join. Okay. Okay, we have to move this.
Oh, the banner.
Yeah.
We need to move this.
We have to move this, the banner. Move it now. If not, come on, reflect television.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, Prof. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Well done. And once again, we say congratulations to the winners. Thank you so much. As we come to the last item on the agenda, I have the pleasure to invite the Permanent Secretary coordinating the 2024 Civil Service Commemoration. I remember how she's worked day and night to ensure the success of this 2024 Civil Service Week commemoration. On behalf of the Head of Service of the Federation, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please help us with a round of applause to welcome Dr. Deborah Oyindamola Nima Odo, the Permanent Secretary, Service Policies and Strategies Office.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please permit me to align with the existing protocols as I take the vote of thanks. On behalf of our dynamic and visionary head of the Civil Service of the Federation, I want to express our gratitude to God for life, good health, and a successful event. We are grateful to all the dignitaries who took time out of their very busy schedules to honor the invitation of the head of the service of the Federation. The chairman of the Senate Committee on Establishment and Public Affairs, the chairman House Committee on Public Service Matters, the secretary to the government of the Federation, the ministers who were all present here today, the special advisor to His Excellency Mr. President, the chairman of the Federal Civil Service Commission, and the chairman of the ICPCF, EFCC, and the National Salaries, Incomes and Wages Commission, all our transformative permanent secretaries, and the Accountant General of the Federation, His Excellency, the British High Commissioner, all executive secretaries, chief executive officers of government agencies, service chiefs, chairman of the Council of Retired Federal Permanent Secretaries, chief executive officers of private organizations. We are extremely, profoundly grateful to our distinguished guest speaker, Professor Peter Akinshola Okebukola, OFR. You will agree with me that if we can award him scores, it will be an A+++++. Thank you, Prof, for sharing from your wealth of experience and spurring us on to greater heights. We are also grateful to all the civil servants who are here and those who watched via live stream. I started by thanking God, and I will end by specifically thanking him for our goal-oriented and indefatigable head of the Civil Service of the Federation. Our prayers are that God will cause the numerous positive reforms that she has put in place to be sustained well beyond her tenure. Once again, on behalf of our exceptional head of the Civil Service of the Federation, I thank every single person present here today for your esteemed presence. I must not forget the band from the correctional services, the ushers, and all the hardworking members of the various committees that put this event together. May God bless us all, and may God continue to bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Deborah Oyindamolani Maodo, for the vote of thanks. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of today's public lecture marking the 2024 Civil Service Commemoration Week. We will please enjoin you to visit, I think, ECAM Global Services, the presenter, the creator of the e-learning platform. They have a stand outside for those who want to instantly key into that platform and begin to learn and socialize. Thank you so much. We will now, I humbly request that we now rise for the national anthem as the media plays the video and the lyrics.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribes and tongues may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians home and proud to serve our sovereign. Flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hang on to our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
Thank you very much. We'll now take group photograph. Cameramen, please. Group photographs. I remain Olufunke Taiwo Akiwumi from the Office of the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation.
My name is Bosun Fashilu, also from the Office of the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation. Thank you so much. The photograph, you can come upstairs, please. Ma, our Head of Service, Ma, the photograph. Yes. Our Head of Service, Ma. The photograph, Ma. Yes, Ma.
not feeling fine.
Excuse them.
Please, the chairman, Federal Civil Service Commission, should please join in the group photograph upstage. The special advisor to the president on policy coordination should please join up. Our keynote speaker, Professor Peter Okebukola, should please join up. JAMB registrar. Cameramen. Please, our transformative permanent secretaries can please join in the group photograph. Transformative permanent secretaries. Please, some persons can step down while others stay on the stage. Group photograph of the transformative permanent secretaries.